Hello, just doing a last minute adjustment, which I hope doesn't fuck anything up. And well, oh wait, that's too much light. I was shooting a video just before going live. That's it's a bit more mood lighting if I do that. Hello, Megaleech and Toby. I feel like I haven't seen you for a while, Toby. How you been? Having an energy drink first up because it's party night. So I'm going to need a little bit extra kick to help me along. So energy drink ahoy. And then I've got my barrel-aged Sazerac that I was just shooting a video for. And I only had a sip of. So when I finish my energy drink, straight on to the Sazerac, which is really yummy. I'm a big fan of it, and I've got so much of it now. So lucky I like it because I have a lot of it. Because, yeah, in the barrel, I make, over a litre when I fill the barrel for a cocktail. So that's a lot of cocktails, a litre worth of cocktails. Quite a few. Geez, I might even have to stop making cocktails. You know what I might do? Because I'm aging a spirit at the moment. You make spirit, which, would be whiskey if it went through the proper maturation process. So what I make, actually, I'm going to ask Kirsten, could I technically call it whiskey? Because there's a thing with bourbon. There's no rule about how long it has to be in a barrel. Like you can put it in a barrel for 5 minutes and call it bourbon. Going to ask Kirsten if this new make spirit, if I could call it whiskey. Not that anyone's going to goddamn stop me. Toby, yes, it has been a while. I'm going fine, as his family. AZ is AZ. AZ has a whole spectrum of very serious health issues. Even by AZ standards, they're quite serious. So, but we might even see him tonight. Who knows? I haven't heard from him for a while. Maybe I should message him. Because he has joined us a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. He is a tad under the weather, but yeah. Oh, yes, of course. Back to the Future reference. Where we're going, you don't need roads because you walk. And Dr. Abigail saw AIDS on Wednesday. So he, as of Wednesday, he was still existing on this corporeal plane, to the best of our knowledge. Yes, he is a little soldier who soldiers on, despite the various challenges that want to get in his way. But, we might see him tonight. I haven't heard from him, but he might come to some form of consciousness and realize it's Friday and I'll be doing a stream and he might want to join. So as they used to say on Mouseketeer Surprise Day, anything can happen, but I don't know if it will. So but we'll zoom into Friday night and the weekend. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. It is. I need the energy drink. I was feeling a little bit tired this afternoon. And then my boss, in her audacity, gave me some new work to do on a Friday afternoon. And I did it because I'm a little trooper as well. But, cheeky work on a Friday. Honestly, what's all that about? I think she's reasonably impressed I actually did it. Said, you wanted it quickly? Okay. Bang, 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 bang. Here it is. Toby, I like the shirt too. This is actually one of my favorite ones. It's a cat wearing cat's eye glasses and enjoying a martini. Not that you'll see her on camera, but those glasses are very similar to Mrs. Angry's glasses. You see, Dr. Abigail, it's not just work on a Friday. Work on a Friday afternoon? I mean, honestly, good Lord. It's almost like they pay me, so I do stuff. And fortunately, the boss likes what I do. And it's hilarious, like, because I'm working from home, so I get the message on, online. And she, hi, and I went, oh, God, hi. And so I know she's going to call. And I swear my imposter syndrome is so out of control. Anytime the boss goes, I want to talk to you about something, this is it. I'm in trouble. I fucked up. And the boss is going to say, Jesus, you suck so fucking hard. Why do we even keep you around? My God, you fucking suck. And it's never that. It's always because she knows I'm the get shit done guy, and she can just come to me and go, oh, there's a thing. I need a thing. I need this done. And I'll do it. But it never stops. Fucking, message from the boss, I need to talk to you. And I'm like, oh God, I'm in the shit now. I'm in so much trouble. They're on to me. They realized I'm just a big cockroach. Far Side reference for anyone who's old enough. So, yes. So yeah, I guess I ended my work week on a high note, doing something my boss was very happy with. So look at me, good little wage slave. I actually don't mind my job. It's fine. So sorry, I'm just closing some tabs. Although yes, not wanting to do something, but trying to interact with someone the other day, and you do the old share screen thing in a meeting, and no word of a lie, they had like 60 windows, and that's why just like so many documents open, so many, and like 120 tabs on different browsers. I was like, my God, how do you do that? I mean, I understand the feeling of not wanting to sort of lose something you've found, but I can't cope with shit like that. If I have more than half a dozen or maybe 8 tabs on a browser open, I get a bit twitchy. Yes, no, actually, Dr. Abigail, yes, I'm very familiar, particularly the multitude of tabs on a browser, your computer. And yeah, it's just like, I suppose in terms like if I'm doing documents and stuff, I'll have like a dozen windows. And in a real push, I might have 10 browser tabs. And I know, I feel like I'm the outlier, actually. Because, yeah, other people just have fucking heaps of shit open. So, the whole thing. So, but yeah, watching her trying to find the particular window that she wanted to share was quite a travail. Right. It's the energy drink down. So I guess I can have my Sazerac now. It's like the you can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. So this was the meat, and now I get the pudding. All right. But it's in two different glasses. So I'm going to get my one big glass. Oh, God, from over here. Sorry, I got so much. Oh, by the way, look, where are we? See, I am wearing my kilt. What's the drama? Okay. Fancy glass. Big old chunk of ice now, which you normally wouldn't do on a Sazerac, but it's just been sitting there, and I want it chilled, and it won't hurt to dilute it either. All right, that in there, that in there. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Alrighty. Toby, I don't remember how much the kilt cost me because I bought it, I don't know, a year or two ago, sometime during COVID. Time has no meaning. Oh, might add this bit of water as well, why not? It's a very strong drink. And I'm going to garnish it. Another thing you don't traditionally do. Mega Leech. Well, as they said in that episode of The Goodies, what's worn underneath the kilt? Nothing. It's all in perfect working order. Here's my orange peel. Because that's the way, I like it. Now, I've got to pace myself on this. There's actually 2 cocktails in here. So that is actually a lot of booze. So this got to last me like an hour. Or I'll, 2 Tim Smithed too early and crash out. We don't want that. All right, so stirring my cocktail. There we go. See, this is a friggin' huge glass, and it's full. Oh my God, that's a nice drink. So there's the thing. Even though that's really fucking boozy, it's really nice, really easy to drink. I put that little bit of extra water in there, a little bit of dilution. I think that's actually a good thing. Well, yeah, it makes it taste nice. The dilution's good, but then it can trick me because it doesn't taste quite as sort of punch you in the mouth as it would without the dilution. And at least when it's that strong, you go, ooh, I better be fucking careful with this. Oh my God, that's good. So, give you the rundown. This actual drink, Sazerac. Sazerac is traditionally either cognac or rye whiskey. I actually did a mix of brandies and whiskies. And you sweeten it. Some people will use a sugar cube. I used sugar syrup. And this was all going in the barrel. And traditionally, you rinse your glass with absinthe just to get the little notes. But I put absinthe in the barrel, just a little bit in the big old barrel. And it's coming through, nice licorice flavors. And then bitters, 2 sorts of bitters. Peychaud's bitters, which is bright red, and Angostura bitters, the classic. And so this is... It's like, and being in the barrel sort of really smoothed out the flavors. Mm. And the blend of the whiskey and the brandy is going really well. There's this tiny hint of licorice from the absinthe, just in a really nice way. I suppose if you didn't like licorice, you might hate this, actually. But I like licorice and I like the flavor of absinthe. And it's even, because it's absorbed flavors from the barrel, it tastes a little bit like chocolate, like dark chocolate. It's just a really fucking good drink. Very boozy. It's a man's drink. It's a man's drink. Why am I saying that in a Scottish accent? I should try and just be really offensive and try and do a Cajun accent because it's New Orleans drink. Mimsy's around making squeaks, hoping she's getting leftovers. Is it? Oh yeah. Okay. She got to get leftovers because the noise of leftovers being scraped in really just sets her off. She gets really into it. Like, it's coming. It's coming. The leftovers are coming. And Mrs. Angry is doing it slowly to draw it out and torture Mimsy. It's pretty mean, isn't it, Mimsy? Oh well. But yum, 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 yum. Do you want to have a sip for my Sazerac? I like it. Barrel aged for 3.5 weeks. Classy. Oh, yes, thank you for leaving open. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if you said you. There you go. As Dr. Abigail always says when I get kissy with Mrs. Ingray, gay. So, yes, lucky I like it because I made a lot of it. This bottle is full, and this is still half full, so it's probably over 900 mils still. Like, I made over 1 liter of it. So lucky I like it because I made a lot of it. I'm thinking, because I've got an empty barrel now, and I was going to make another cocktail. I have lots of whiskey. I was thinking of making, actually, okay, I might make a whiskey cocktail. I'm going to look through the recipe books. Yes, thank you, Dr. Abigail. And thank you, Mikulich. Kissy kissies for everyone. Yes, I might do that, but I was also going to barrel age a spirit. Just as a South American, I think specifically Brazilian spirit called cachaça. Well, actually, okay, I've got to toss up. No, maybe not the cachaça. I might get some pisco. So cachaça is like a cousin of rum. It's most rum is made from. God, I was saying this last night about white rums, the rum agricole. Normal rums are made from molasses, which is sort of boiled down byproduct of sugar manufacturing. Rum agricole and pisco. No, sorry. And I always get these ones mixed up. Cachaça. Rum agricole and cachaça are made from cane juice. So it's not boiled down. So it tends to have a lighter flavor. But I heard pisco is a brandy. Pisco is a grape-based brandy from Peru, although they make it in Chile as well. And I think you get a bit of a fight between Peruvians and Chileans about who invented it. Although I don't think anyone outside of Chile argues that it's not Peruvian. So am I tossing? Maybe. You know, it's raining here finally, and I just heard some thunder as well. So, Safa, you went to booze shops, no co-parks. Oh, bummer. Oh, God, I did an unexpected shopping at fucking Dan's today. young Mr. Angry is going out to a party, and I dropped him off, and he wanted to get like a 6-pack or some, I think he got ciders in the end. And I actually intended to get a mixer, a non-alcoholic mixer, because there's some really good quality ones at Dan's these days. And I got them. I got a ginger ale. I will probably have one maybe after this. It's going to take me a while to get through. So I got ginger ale, and then I walked past. There was just the thing of gin, and there wasn't even a big sign saying this shit is on big sale, man. But the price on one of them was a Navy Strength Great Ocean Road gin. And Navy Strength gin is always expensive because it's high alcohol content. And I just caught it, and wait, isn't that like $25 less than it usually is? And I went back and checked, and but there was no thing saying, "Oh, this is on huge fucking sale." So I went onto the distillery website. Sure enough, it's $25 less than the usual price, and then all this stuff was like 25% off, and so I spent $200 in the end. Anyway, Nigel, yes, it's Back to the Future Day, the day that Marty left or went to or whatever. Of course, the big Back to the Future Day was actually in 2015, which was the exact future date that Marty went to. And didn't we miss out on the fashions? I think we should have actually been wearing the fashions that those street punks were wearing in Back to the Future. That was a good look. Oh yeah. Suffer big car park in Dan's. I have seen it fairly full, but there was not that many cars there, and this was in peak hour, so there were not that many people there. I was not expecting to spend money there, and I did, but I got some really good quality gins at 25% off. So, what are you gonna do? Particularly the Navy Strength one, because I go through a bit of Navy Strength because that's what I top my martini up with. Speaking of which, I think I'll top my martini up tonight. See what's what. I did. Nike made something that they claimed were those self-lacing. They weren't. They obviously weren't the exact technology simulated in the movie, but it was kind of fun that Nike did actually make an effort to go, here are the Back to the Future shoes. That's okay, even though they're an evil, soulless corporate monolith. It's kind of fun that they did that. So it's a funny old world. So, okay, open question. Did Marty fuck his mother? Because I think he did. I mean, we saw him resisting, but I think Marty fucked his mum. I'm just saying. Because she didn't seem like she was going to take no for an answer, really. Yes, but it was actually an okay attempt, I thought, Dr. Abigail. It was fun that they did it. Okay, now I want to talk weird time travel movies. I don't think any time travel movie beats Predestination, which was made in Australia. Got Ethan Hawke in the lead role. Well, there's a couple lead roles, actually. He's one of the lead roles, I guess. Oh, that's no fun, Dr. Abigail. You don't think he fucked his mum? I think he was horny enough to do it. But yes, weird time travel movies. Predestination, which even though it's like 10 years old, I'm not going to do a spoiler. All I'll say is, like time travel is inherently contradictory, or at least very complicated. And Predestination takes the idea that time travel would necessitate paradoxes, and then they just turn that up to 11, Spinal Tap style. Like they go, oh, we'll give you paradox on paradox on paradox. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I don't think I've seen Primer. Megalich, your youngest refuses to watch Back to the Future because of questionable interactions between Marty and his mum. Good. She's taking a moral stand, and I approve. I'm just trying to think, what other time travel movies? I mean, of course, the only thing that makes any sense if you did time travel is that, like, multiverse theory is real, because just the act of going back in time is going to change something. So if you can end up back in your own timeline still existing, that's because you created an alternate reality. It's like, yeah, the grandfather paradox. You can't go back in time and kill your grandfather before he had any children, because then your parent wouldn't be born, then you wouldn't be born, so you can't go back in time and kill him. I have seen Safety Not Guaranteed. That is a fun movie. That's another one I recommend. It's a very sort of light-hearted time travel one. Good fun. What's the one with Bruce Willis and Joseph Gordon-Levitt? Looper, I think, where he's a time traveling hitman. Which honestly, I think, it's probably not a very original concept. There's a very old 2000 AD one shot, 2000 AD, the British comic that gave birth to Judge Dredd. But they'd have all sorts of other stories in it. And there's this one shot. It was a time traveling hitman. And he just gets contracts and jumps through time and kills people. And there was one, he normally knows who the target is, and one, he shot them, and then he went to check their identity and he rolled them over, and it was himself in the future. And he was just like, fuck. So then he just spends the rest of his life waiting for the day when he's just walking down the street and himself pops around a corner and kills him. Oh, Looper wasn't great. Looper definitely wasn't great. It's interesting. About Time. It's a British time travel rom-com. I remember, what was the one? There's a movie with Eric Bana in it, and now it's a TV series on one of the streaming services. The Time Traveler's Wife. It's like this guy is unable to control when he travels through, like, he's not using machine. For some reason, he spontaneously travels through time, and he meets the love of his life, but then disappears because of the time travel thing. And she runs into him at different times in her life, and he's at different times in his life. He's sometimes younger, sometimes older. It's an interesting concept. Oh, 80s time travel movies, The Final Countdown and The Philadelphia Experiment. Yes. Okay, I haven't watched the TV show, so I think I'll watch the TV show. Yeah. Haunting were good. It was a good twist on the time travel thing with the person not being able to control it, and the wife just waiting for the times when he'd reappear and not knowing at what stage of his life he would be when she met him again. Quite a clever story. So, like, you want? I'm trying to think. What's the really bad one that I think it was on Prime with the bad Chris. God, I can't even remember his name. You know, he's in Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, no, I'm because I don't like him very much. I'm blanking on his name. But Pratt. Thank you, Mega Leech. He is a Pratt too. Is one. It's called the Tomorrow War. It's so fucking stupid. It's like people come from the future because they worked out how to do that. An alien race has all but wiped out humanity, and they're recruiting people from the past to come and fight the war because humanity's too close to being wiped out. It's so fucking stupid. Like, what you would really do if you could come from the future to do it, you would just say to people, here's exactly what happened. The aliens first appeared here, here, and here. So what we have to do is build an army and prepare and just be ready at the moment they appear, just hit them with everything we've got. The idea of drafting people from the past to go in the future for is so fucking dumb. Oh yeah, Safa, River Song in Doctor Who, when she runs into him at different stages of his life. Yes, the Tomorrow War is very bad. I still haven't watched that. Some people like that one, The Atom Project. And yes, Dr. Bell, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion. I think Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey is significantly better than Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Because I think Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is too bogged down in the time travel thing and the time jokes. Where I think Bogus Journey is just a much better story and is much more fun. So I have no idea if that's a controversial opinion or not. But I think Bogus Journey is much better than Excellent Adventure. Oh, yeah, Run Wally Run. Not really time travel, but an alternate possibility movie. That was a fun movie. It's a German movie from, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I don't even remember. But it's, Lola, the titular character who has to run, and they're like low-level crims, her and a boyfriend, and shit's going wrong. And she is trying to get it right. And there's basically 3 alternate ways the day goes. Very good. I still haven't watched the newer Bill and Ted Mega Leech. I've got to watch it at some point. 98. Fuck, I'm old. Okay. Yeah, I knew it was like 20 or 30 years. And I agree, Safa. Time means nothing. God, you could do a time travel movie in Melbourne, and just someone comes back, what's happening? We're in lockdown. Wait, I haven't time traveled? No, it's 6 months later. You did time travel. We're just in lockdown again. We're at the 1-year anniversary of Melbourne's last lockdown ending, actually. That came up on my Facebook memories. Yeah. Well, see, Demolition Man, not really time travel. Time displacement, certainly. Because they're just in suspended animation, then they're reanimated. But yeah, they're playing with fish out of water, fish out of time. So Yes, so I think we've rounded out. There are good, bad, and indifferent time travel movies. Safa, all the things all the decisions about COVID for the last, well, more than year, um, are all politically driven, not many. Oh, Will shouted Hot Tub Time Machine. I watched it once, but I wasn't really paying attention. And I know there's a sequel, and I think I've seen bits of that. It's a Hot Tub Time Machine's like a stoner movie. Every now and then, Hollywood makes stoner movies. Like they're only funny if you're really stoned when you watch them. And somewhere about Liz Truss. Oh my god, I personally think it was funny when it looked like Liz Truss was going to be under a lot of pressure. Someone, I think it was a gambling site, posted a picture, and it was like a framed photo of Liz Truss with a lettuce sitting next to it, and saying, "Can Liz Truss last longer than this lettuce? A lettuce traditionally lasts 35 days." And they did it as a joke, and she didn't last longer than the lettuce. It was wild. Yes, Dr. Goa, it is almost like a bunch of Hollywood people on drugs. 80s, right? Actually, 70s, 80s, right into the 90s. Cocaine. You look at some movies and go, what the fuck? Then you go, cocaine. That's right. You're like watching something going, the fuck is going on? What is it? And then you go, oh yeah, cocaine. Hi, Trayvon. How you going? Oh, yes, after I heard about MPs being manhandled, I just fuck them. If it was just Tories getting slapped about, fuck them. It's so embarrassing. It's fucking. So if we went on end of the world movies, we got. I reckon that's another good one to riff on, because I do like end of the world movies as well. Actually, I mean, there was the classic one that was shot in the 50s or 60s. Was shot in Melbourne. It's called On the Beach, because there'd been a nuclear war and the radiation cloud was moving across the earth, and it was like Australia was the last, like Melbourne was the last place it was going to reach. Well, that would mean Tasmania would be the last place it was going that way. But some Hollywood people made this film in like the 60s, and I think it was Ava Gardner who's lead, and she did not like Melbourne. She was quoted as saying Melbourne was a perfect place to shoot a movie about the end of the world. Oh yeah, no, I thought you were actually referencing that, Safa. This is the end. That's a stoner movie, definitely. Heine, 2012. That was such a fucking dumb movie. I mean, you could kind of enjoy it as dumb spectacle, but yeah. Was it the last of the Cornetto trilogy, World's End, which I think is the weakest of those three films. I think it's the weakest by a long way, but it's just because the other two, Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, are just very good. World's End's not terrible, but it pales in comparison to the other two. Dr. Abigail, you got the rain. We had a little bit of rain. It's so fucking humid. It's why I'm wearing the kilt. Get a bit of fucking airflow happening. Oofed. So, Trevon, you love movies? We love movies. Love talking about them. I note, and in fact, I actually set it to watch. I might watch it this week. And the most recent Hellraiser movie is on the streaming services now. So I'll watch that this weekend, lead up to Halloween. I'm not a huge fan of the Hellraiser movies, honestly. I like them conceptually, and design wise, I think the Cenobites are fucking great. But I'm yet to see a Hellraiser movie and go, hot damn, that was a good movie. So I'm hoping I like this one, which I might watch on the weekend. Um, so there's that. And of course, there's a whole bunch of Halloween shiz going on, of course. Some might be better than others. I'm not really a horror movie person. Um, Not that they scare me, it's because they don't scare me. So that, according to SBS Australians spend 39 per month on streaming service. See, I spend less on streaming services than I used to on physical DVDs. So I still think it's worth it. Um, so yeah, every now and then I go because I've got I got 4 streaming services. And every now and then, because I spend way more than $39 a month. Every now and then I go, well, I've got a lot of streaming services. And then I realize, oh, I used to spend way more than that on discs. You know, when a single disc was $30 or more, if it was like a box set of a TV show, I used to get box sets of TV shows a lot. So, yeah, so long as I'm still watching stuff, I figure the streaming services are worth it because it's less than I used to spend on physical media. And just the idea of just be like, my brain's not on, I'm just going to go and I know I'll find something. I'm just going to watch this. I mean, I've actually got a shit ton of stuff lined up that I'm watching, full series and whatnot. But even if I don't want to watch something that I'm invested in, it's just there'll always be something. You know what? This will be okay. This will be fine. I'll watch this for a while. Oh yes, Safa, Halloween Ends. I'm not a huge Halloween fan. I think I watched the last Halloween movie with Jamie Lee Curtis in it, and she's in Halloween Ends. What was it called? I think it was called Halloween Kills. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a bit of fun because they particularly played it like Jamie Lee Curtis was the crazy old lady who was sure the Michael Myers would come. It's Michael Myers in Halloween, isn't it? She was sure he'd come back, and so everyone had treated her like a crazy person, but he came back. Also, I just like Jamie Lee Curtis. I think she's pretty cool. Right. Okay, I drank this slightly faster than I thought to. Mega Leech, sci-fi genre. The Peripherals just started. That's on Prime. That's based on William Gibson's most recent novels. And I haven't watched it yet. I'll watch it this coming week. The first couple episodes have been well received. It's great high concept science fiction. There's 2 books, and it's typical for Gibson to write 3 books in a series, and I think he's intending a 3rd one in this. And it's this whole thing with, is this sort of virtual reality, or is it actually a reality? Is it a different reality? And it's all about, the collapse of civilization. Very good. The books are very good. I enjoy them a lot. And like I said, yeah, the first couple episodes have been well received. Haven't watched them yet. I note with interest, and I assume it's because of my browsing history. I have opened the Google app on my phone, like the blank thing it defaults to. Is this sort of, clickbaity title of watch the best science fiction film on streaming service you've never heard of. Actually, now I'm being made a liar because for once it's not doing it. Well, a bit more rain happening outside. Possibly hail, actually. Oh, God, Jesus Christ, Energy Australia got hacked as well. after Optus and Medibank. Oh, God. No wonder my boss is so fucking paranoid, the stuff I was getting to do today. So a fun thing about the Hollywood Walk of Fame things, like, yes, you have to have a certain claim to fame. You have to pay for them. You have to pay to get your star. First, you have to, be notable enough to get it, but you actually have to pay. So, honey, you're getting lightning. Safa, it was just like tap, 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 but it was making a bit of noise, so I thought it might have been some very light hail. But it stopped now anyway. Okay, I'm going to look at the rain radar. What's it doing? This is a fucking hot topic for a live stream. The fucking weather. Radar. Ooh, there is a bunch. Don't know how well this is going to show up. Let's look at that. There is a fucking bunch. So might land right on top of me. Okay, so like zooming out to the east coast of Australia, there's patterns everywhere. Not all encompassing, but there's a lot about. God, what are they predicting for tomorrow now? Because it's been so volatile, they've changed it a lot. Oh, it's going to piss down rain tomorrow. Maybe. A couple of days ago, they were saying it wouldn't rain tomorrow. Probably not raining on Sunday, but maybe raining on Sunday. And then fucking pissing down on Monday. Jesus. I guess I'm hanging up my laundry inside. Sure. Sorry, I got a little red notification from my phone. Okay. Oh, fine. You. What's this? All right, let's pay it. Fuck it. Pay when it's due. So I don't know about anyone else, but I'm one of those people who hate seeing red notification things, whether it's about messages or emails or whatnot. It just bugs me. I can't leave shit unpaid. Sorry, it wasn't a fine. It was my gas bill. The bank's just warning because I got my bank to warn me on it. How much money do I have? I'm rich, bitch. Well, I got paid, so rich is a minor exaggeration, but I'm going to win the $160 million Powerball next week. Then it's over for you bitches. Because when I win the $160 million Powerball, I'm going to get a private army, and anyone who's ever pissed me off online is going to get fucked up. I'll be untouchable because the rich can do whatever they fucking want. So I shall be hiring henchmen, is what I'm saying. And they will go out and hench for me. I like that, Nigga Leach. The BOM didn't want us to call them BOM, Bureau of Meteorology. Yeah, no, those are good names. The Portents of Bad Tidings, Prophets of Wetness. Particularly, fucking Tassie's copped it quite a bit. I'm astounded how much we've missed it in Melbourne. Country areas of Victoria, New South Wales, Sydney, Brisbane, Queensland have just been copping flooding. We haven't missed it all in Melbourne, but we've missed so much of it. I've been very surprised at the extent to which we've been spared. I think I will try the ginger ale I got today. Where is it? These cute little bottles. And I don't think they're twist tops. I think I need my bottle. These are a cute little bottle. Cute little bottle. There's like a pipe on the artwork on it. I'm sure this is Australian. Strange Love. Applewood smoked water, burnt sugar, aromatic ginger oils combined for an eclectic, balanced ginger ale. Pairs perfectly with any quality whiskey, rum, or bourbon. Bourbon is a whiskey, people. Sorry, and then there's really tiny letters. I need more light to read really tiny letters. Made in Australia. I thought so. These people were at the holy water thing I went to last Saturday night. It wasn't all booze. There was some non-alcoholic. So I need to get a bottle opener. It's such a cute little bottle. I love the way they described it, actually. Makes it sound really funky. There it is. Can open. It's got a thing for bottles that'll work. Yes. Oops, there goes the lid. And honestly, doesn't that sound classy? Sorry, I'll use this glass. There's a bit of ice in it. Ugh. Doesn't that sound classy, though? Applewood smoked water, burnt sugar, and aromatic ginger oils. It's ginger ale, but that sounds fucking classy, doesn't it? Well, that's another good one, Megaleech. The Soothsayers of Squalls. You should... They do it. You should friggin' send those suggestions to Bomb. Very classy potential names. Very rich colour. That is very pleasant. Oh, there's a little bit of that ginger burn as it goes down. Very mild, though. Heine is pissing down where you are. Yeah, that might hit me from the looks when I just looked at that rain radar. There's a 50-50 chance it will piss down rain sometime during this stream. Maybe not. Who knows? It's just so fucking humid, which is why I'm wearing the kilt. Although, yeah, look, I mean, I'll spoil it. I am actually wearing underwear because I didn't want to have any wardrobe malfunctions on the stream, get my channel shut down. I know. Wussy and conservative. It started raining again. Not super heavy yet, but enough that I can hear it. Yeah. Oh, man. That ginger ale's good. So, yeah, it's like Dan Murphy's recently did a deal with some Australian purveyors of high-quality mixers, and they're on the shelf, and I got that for a couple of dollars off, I think, because I'm a Dan's member, which I'm always vaguely embarrassed about. I actually avoided getting a Dan Murphy's card for ages because I thought, well, that's when you're a hopeless alcoholic, when you've got a Dan Murphy's card. Hey, Nettie. Oh, God, you're still in Sydney. Okay, yeah, Sydney's always more humid than Melbourne. Sydney, ugh. Yeah. Yeah, having lived in Sydney for 10 years, Sydney, as a general rule, way more fucking humid than Melbourne. But today's given it a run. Actually, I wasn't even paying attention. Do the Soothsayers of Squalls give us a humidity rating? I've never even looked at it. What do they say? Today, where are we? Yeah, 93% humidity. So this is very close to as humid as it can get, and it fucking feels it. Thank you for the vote of confidence there, Megaleech. You don't want to hear the logs slapping against the thighs when I walk around getting cocktail hungry. Well, thank you for that vote of confidence is all I'm going to say. But... Oh, okay, that's what I was going to do. I was going to see if a whiskey cocktail caught my eye from this book. I was going to barrel age it. Failing that, I might just barrel age some Pisco, because there's a good local bottle shop where I think I could. So what do we go? Okay, absinthe drip against all odds. Whiskey, Chardonnay, apricot, and shrub. No, I don't have those ingredients. An Algonquin, pineapple juice. Wow. Rye whiskey, dry vermouth, and pineapple juice. Wow, that's a weird combo. That is, hey, Nog, how's it going? That is a weird combo. Aperol Spritz, Apple Daiquiri, Flor de Cana Drum. Not sure how well citrus juice would go in a barrel aged cocktail, actually. Applejack Rabbit, apple brandy, lemon juice, orange juice, maple syrup. Apple malt toddy, apple cider, whiskey. Oh, actually, that's an interesting concept. Blending an apple cider with some spirits. Fuck, I might do that. Because I think I know a bottle shop where I can get a good still apple cider. Safi, you're getting lightning as well? I haven't. I'd probably notice if there was lightning. No big thunder yet. Although, okay, I'm sticking a pin in this apple malt toddy and an actual apple cider and a good whiskey. Apple cider and a good whiskey and some allspice, hot and some maple syrup. Hot damn! I fucking love the sound of that. Actually, damn. Okay, but I'm not doing that in a hurry because I don't have any apple cider. But I could always go out tomorrow and get some. Sorry, no. Okay, your profile picture is really small, and I've forgotten what it is. Is it something about Tories being a fucking train wreck? An Archangel is gin and Aperol. Gin and vermouth. That's just a wet martini. Why are you fucking acting like that's... Anyway. Aviation. A beach bum. Rum, pineapple, lime. I'm going to have to ask someone who knows if it's a good idea to put citrus in a barrel aged wine. Oh, right. It's from a music video with a DeLorean. There you go. Because it's Back to the Future Day. Here you go. See, it's too small. I can't see it. Beer and a smoke. Nice. Beer cocktail. Good Lord. I don't like beer. I still haven't tried any of those fruity beers that are around these days. Oh, Safi, you bought the water filter. Nice. I originally got a water filter because the place I was living in, the pipes were fucked and there was like a lot of debris from the pipes. But I think it changes the flavor of the water. And so I've been using fucking water filters for 15 years now. I think it makes the water taste different. A Berlioni, gin, Chino and vermouth. Benton's Old Fashioned. Ooh, I could do. Ooh, was that a risk? Bacon fat infused whiskey, which I have done once before, which is very interesting. A barrel aged bacon infused whiskey. Ooh. I'm still kind of sold on the apple cider one though. Okay. Suppose I could always do an old fashioned that was a blend of whiskey and rum. That might be interesting. Yes, Arthur, inbuilt, you can get the inbuilt things. Dr. Abigail, is it the bacon infused whiskey that sounds disgusting? I say so many things that could be disgusting. I need to keep track of it. So, what's a Betsy Ross? Cognac and port and Grand Marnier. Ooh, a brandy and port and orange liqueur. Ooh. Oh yeah, no, okay, no. To be clear, there's a very old technique in spirits called fat washing, and this is any sort of oil or fat that you like the flavor of. Like, vegans can do olive oil or coconut oil, Uh, uh, bacon fat is a common one. Butter is another one. Oh God, yes, bringing back. Sorry, yes, Abigail, bringing back ham cider memories, which is not good. You have to be old school to remember the New Year's Eve stream from a couple of years ago where we had ham cider, which was a cider that I'd kept for too long and had gone off and tasted like ham. Not good. But anyway, fat washing. What you do, it's you use some sort of oil or fat that you like the flavor of. You mix it with the spirit, sort of infuse, and then you put it in the freezer overnight. And the oil or fat will rise to the top and solidify. And you can take that out and then sort of strain the spirit to get any little bits out. And then you have the spirit that is infused with the flavor of that oil or fat, which can be very yummy. Yes, Nettie, nightmare flashbacks. The ham cider. That was not good. It was a French cider, and it was like in a champagne bottle. It had a cork pop, and I bought it for a New Year's Eve, and then not opened it. And then for like 4 or 5 years in a row, didn't open it. And Nettie and Dr. Abigail were around one New Year's Eve and said, "Hey, let's open it." And when I say it tasted like ham, not in a good way. It had clearly gone off, which is why it tasted like ham. Very disturbing. It was the ham cider. Very disturbing experience. So, little thunder rumble outside. Don't know if that portends any more storm. What's in a Blackbeard? Gin, an aquavit, and pineapple juice. A black flip. That sounds pretty racist. Stout, as in beer, and blackstrap rum. Oh, and an egg. God, beer and rum and an egg in a drink. Wowzers. That's out there. Blackjack. Cognac, Kirschwasser. Coffee. No, thank you. Black Star. Vodka, lime juice. No, don't want that. Yeah. No, go with French do this. Meant to bring balance to the cuisine force, not join the Swedes in their banana pizzas. Again, Noog, in their defense, the cider was not meant to taste like ham. It was also not meant to be kept for 5 or 6 years. You were meant to open it and drink it. Anyway, Blackthorn, a blinker, rye whiskey, grapefruit juice. I don't like grapefruit. Blood and sand. So no, it's got orange juice. I really need to talk to someone who knows barrels and find out if it's a bad idea to put a cocktail with fruit juice in a barrel, because it kind of feels like it would be a bad idea. What else is in here? A Bronx, a brewer's breakfast, sake, whiskey, and Galliano, garnished with honey nut Cheerios. Good Lord. Honey nut Cheerios. I mean, I've heard of banana pizza, Nettie. One that weirds some people out, but is almost always good, potato pizza. Potato pizza is very good. A brown bomber. Tennessee whiskey, Lily Blanc, and Suze. A Bubaloo, Pisco, sweet vermouth, apricot liqueur. Oh, another little rumble of thunder out there. Buena Notte. Actually, I think I'll stop looking because the apple one has got me. Excuse to go out and get some apple cider. I mean, I've got bubbly apple cider in the fridge, and I guess I could use that. There's no real reason I couldn't, but they don't always have it. But there's a bottle shop, sort of a specialist boutique bottle shop that sometimes carries this cider that's from this is where it's from Orange. It's apple cider from Orange. Orange is a town west of Sydney, across the Blue Mountains. It's between Bathurst and Dubbo, and it's not named after the fruit. It's named after, that royal family from Europe, the Dutch royal family. They don't really grow a lot of oranges in Orange, but it's a good climate for growing apples. They grow a lot of apples and grapes, so there's always been wineries around Orange. And because of all the apples, one of the wineries decided to make cider, and it's a very good cider. And they make bubbly cider, but they also make a still cider, which is super yummy. Before I ever tasted it, I didn't think I'd be into a still cider, but it's really nice. So now I'm kind of inspired to do that apple drink, and Matt to go out and find some apple cider. Might even make an apple syrup to go in it. So what's the default in here? The recipes. Apple daiquiri, Algonquin. Oh, is it the apple malt toddy? Yes. So I'm going to adapt that recipe. Cider and whiskey and allspice and maple syrup. Yeah, that would fucking rock, actually. That would make a really good drink. Even though it's designed to be a toddy, it's designed to be warm. The Jim Meehan recipe. You're supposed to heat everything, serve it in a pre-warmed, heat-proof mug. Right, I'm going to actually put the marker in there. I'll make a version of that and barrel age it, I think. Sorry? Nook? Not the worst choice for a name like Cockthorpe. Oh my God, I saw there's a business here in Melbourne called Cock Ram, which, like, okay. I'm sure who's ever on reception with answer the phone, they get schooled really hard. You have to say Cockram. You cannot say this is Cock Ram. You just can't. You cannot answer the phone and say welcome to Cock Ram. You go Cockram. You just say it really fast and not pronounce the vowels very strongly. Cockram. But there's a big sign, big fucking sign on this building that says Cock Ram. And I was like, okay, Jesus. Whoa, good on yous. So what I'm saying is things that sound like you're talking about a penis are funny. Because I am very easily amused, and penis references, supremely funny. And I agree, Noog. I think they get a bunch of people giggling, calling. I have heard of it, Nettie. I've not been to the Spread Eagle Hotel in Richmond. I have heard of it. But yes. I remember there was a pistol club in Dubbo. I think they had a 2 a.m. license, and they had a sign outside that said drink all night and pistol too. And it was PISTOL TOO. But, the joke is you can drink all night and piss until 2. Humor about urination, which is also funny. Wee jokes are funny. And I'll never stop laughing at wee jokes. It's kind of like it's a classic one that the Monty Python crew wanted to do, and they were actually kind of shouted down by John Cleese, who's always been a fucking establishment square. It was the sketch was literally just someone doing a wine tasting. And they were given something in a glass, and they went, and then, oh yes, it's a Bordeaux. I think it's like 48, 49. I think the grapes would have been on the south side of the hill. Oh yes, aged in oak. Yes, I remember this. And then the person who poured it for them goes, no, sir, that's wee-wee. And that was the entire sketch. Someone would taste a wine and swirl it around and give some really wanky pronouncement of what it was. And the person who gave it to them would just say, no, sir, that was wee-wee again. Which I think is hilarious. And I know from some interviews there were Michael Palin and Terry Jones thought it was hilarious. But John Cleese was a huge fucking killjoy and said, no, we can't do that. So, boo. John Cleese. Much as I like Fawlty Towers, John Cleese is a fucking killjoy. Oh, and the internet's going funny. Happens sometimes, and it tends to be very temporary, but who the fuck knows? I might disappear completely. I might disappear momentarily. I might just go pixely for a while. But it's usually only temporary. There was that one thing in the heavy rain a week ago when it was gone for the fucking night. Heine, you joke, but Mimsy has a really fucking bad habit of weeing on power boards. And I don't know. So we don't leave power boards on the floor anymore because she had this weird fucking habit of weeing on power boards. I thought she's either going to electrocute herself or cause a power surge and fuck up our electrics. But I think we're back. See, that could have been it, Megaleech. My kilt slipped. YouTube censoring it. I think it's back now. Because I get a little warning on the screen that, like, your internet's a bit fucking flaky. I think we're back now. So hopefully that's it. Hopefully that little hiccup is the only downside we get tonight. So, finish my ginger ale. Being responsible, although I can fucking still feel that double Sazerac I had in the first hour. Okay. When I was looking in the PDT book, why don't I look at the Death & Co. book, which abso-fucking-lutely looks like a Bible. Big fucking book. Actually, right, so they got a whole section dedicated to whiskey drinks. Ooh, batching cocktails. What do they say about batching cocktails? If you're batching more than 5 drinks, funny thing happens with citrus and other acidic ingredients, sweeteners, especially bitters. Effect on cocktail is enhanced. Use less of these ingredients by proportion. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Speaking of water. Yes, no, that is my cocktail Bible. I got that for Christmas. It's very good. There's probably a dozen really good cocktail books out there. And I got the Death & Co. one last Christmas. So I'm apparently very difficult to buy for. And Mrs. Angry said, and I went, get me this, the Death & Co. book. And young Mr. Angry, he was working at the Crown Casino at the time of my birthday. and you could get a discount of stuff in their bottle shop. And they didn't have any very interesting booze in the bottle shop. They were selling books. They had this one, which I heard was good, the PDT cocktail book, Jim Meehan's New York Bar. Fucking good book. Less impressive looking than the Death & Co. book, but a really good one. But, all right, modern classic cocktails from Death & Co. Very, very influential bar. It's got great stuff about technique in here too. Got really good cocktails, but more than half the book is about technique. And even just the spirit of the bar, which is really good. Okay. So. All right. Classic and vintage. All right, gin. I'm going to look at their whiskey cocktails. Because I feel like I've got lots of whiskey. Actually, I've got lots of fucking gins at the moment. Gin stirred, which is... I love stirred cocktails, really. Rum shaken. Rum stirred. Agave. Whiskey, here we go. All right, what can I get? A 19th century bourbon, Lillet Rouge, creme de cacao, lemon juice, 202 steps, bourbon, simple syrup, orange bitters, muddled with a tangerine. That's interesting. Ooh, scotch with curry leaves. Mrs. Angry actually has a plant with curry leaves. I could do that one. So that's a sour muddled with curry leaves. That's a very interesting. A blazing saddles, whiskey, rose liqueur, lemon juice, cinnamon syrup, and bitters. So that's a sour as well. A blown rose, apple slices, chamomile infused rum, pineapple juice, lime juice. Wowzers. Actually, I think, because I don't think I should put juices in a barrel cocktail. Ugh. What are these pages? Okay. Stirred whiskey cocktails. A baff. Scotch, sherry, Aperol. A Bella Cohen. Irish whiskey, sherry, Cointreau, Saint-Germain. Black Market Manhattan. A Buffalo Soldier. Buffalo Trace. Is there? Okay. Rye whiskey, Puente de Mez, Amaro, Luxardo. Coffee and cigarettes. Scotch, Galliano, vermouth, bitter chocolate. A cure for pain. Rye whiskey and bourbon and port and sweet vermouth. Teaspoon of Campari. Teaspoon of creme de cacao. I like this. I kind of feel like I'm a preacher with a big Bible here. I'm just going to go reading from the good book. A Dangerous Summer. Whiskey, vermouth, blood orange liqueur, cherry brandy. Okay. A Faithful Scotsman. Scotch, peach liqueur, pineapple juice, lemon juice. Well, that's interesting. Stirring something with lemon juice. That's not really the done thing. So bourbon, apple brandy, rum, chartreuse. No apologies, complicated high-proof drink. So whiskey, brandy, high-proof rum, chartreuse, cinnamon syrup, vanilla syrup. Oof, that sounds like a beast. Heine, you want to go surround here? Go and ask the landlords if runs speaker wire across the ceiling. There you go. That's another potential one. A blend of whiskey, brandy, and my Sazerac is a blend of whiskey and brandy, but also high proof rum and green chartreuse and some strong syrups. Oof. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm. I think so. Honey, you're a handyman. I love your excuse here. I know running the speaker wire across the ceiling's ghetto, but the roof's ghetto. We have so many wires running out of like HDMI cables. Actually, no, not HDMI, fucking Ethernet cables running from the modems down to the bedrooms because we didn't trust the Wi-Fi. All right. Okay. Oh, Nettie, Vic Emergency app going off. Big storm about to get here. Well, there were some pretty serious looking clusters on the rain radar. Probably hasn't up. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's coalescing. Okay, we may or may not get some fun sound effects. So severe thunderstorm warning for where? Large hailstones, heavy rainfall. But miles away from me, Geelong and the Bellarine Peninsula, parts of Port Phillip, Western. Okay. Nowhere near me. There's meant to be a reasonably severe storm. Nowhere near me. So, but from the looks of it, might get some solid rain here. So there might even be sound effects for the stream sometime in the next couple of hours. Oh God, honey, that actually, Jesus, that sounds a bit rough. Your ceiling's got sprinkler pipes and unpainted concrete. Yeah. Safa, so you've got a bit of an over-the-top HDMI and Ethernet setup? Yeah, I mean, I've got a cable running from here to the next room, but that's temporary. But we've got two that run down the hallway that are there permanently. And then there a third that goes into the office where Mrs. Angry's working. I tend to use Wi-Fi from here for work. But because the office there is closed off, Wi-Fi doesn't do as well there. So Mrs. Angry ran a cable in then. Yeah, Nog, I don't know that you get severe weather in the UK as often as we do. I mean, you certainly get floods occasionally. We're just kind of prone to think, oh God, sorry, suffer all your Ethernet things. I have like additional Ethernet hubs attached to my modem just to have enough fucking outlets for the number of Ethernet cables I'm running off it. Safa, I'm going to say I don't know. It's just whatever the fucking modem that Telstra gave me does. I might actually try a version of that cocktail I was just looking at. Just flick around a bit. And make it in my glass. So I want whiskey, brandy. I've got Smith & Cross and I've got green chartreuse. All right. Cinnamon bark syrup. Okay, I'll use my banana syrup. Okay. I am just going to make this in my glass. Honey, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 PCs connected through, sometimes 5. Well, this makes 5, actually. Right. Okay. I've got to decide which whiskey I'm going to make. Actually, fuck it. Chief Sun, my newest one. We'll do Chief Sun, Smith and Cross, Äppelbrandy. There's an Äppelbrandy, which is almost gone. Ah, fuck it. I'll use it. Äppelbrandy from Tasmania. Green chartreuse. Did I put green chartreuse back with liqueurs, or is it here? I don't think it's here. Showing off my kilt again. I think green chartreuse is in the next room. All right, I was right. Green chartreuse was in the next room. Okay. So, going to make a drink. Let me get a more precise measuring glass. This syrup. All right. And where's the vanilla syrup? There it is. All right, vanilla syrup. All right, so this is complicated. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. There you go. All right. Put the syrups in first. Teaspoon. All right. Dark syrup. A little bit of vanilla syrup. Just getting fiddly and fussy here, which I like to do sometimes, just for fun. Oops, that was probably too much, but that's okay. Just make my drink a little bit sweet. Right, okay, so whiskey. Just put in 3/4 of an ounce. Got ounces on it? There we go, 3/4. 3/4 of an ounce. Und 3/4 of an ounce of the apple brandy from the Apple Isle. And Tasmanian apple brandy. Okay, that was fucking stupid. God, I hate it when I do that. Whatever. It's fine. Registered network cabler. That is a weird. I agree. That is a weird thing that I haven't heard of. What was the? I'm just gonna be fussy. What were the ratios? 1/4 ounce. Okay, thought so. Just checking. All right. So the Smith and Cross. There's a 1/4 ounce. 1/4 ounce of overproof rum. And 1/4 ounce of green chartreuse. Very high alcohol liqueur, supposedly made by monks who have a secret recipe. that they have guarded for hundreds of years. If you believe the hype. I'm sure it is. Since, when's it supposed to be? 1605 is when the recipe was meant to have been invented. Made entirely according to the manuscript handed down to the Carthusian monks in 1605. Natural colour derived from 130 herbs and plants used in its patient production. Centuries of expertise, including slow aging in oak barrels, give chartreuse its extraordinary aromatic complexity, as well as each bottle's ability to age uniquely. Chartreuse can be enjoyed straight, on the rocks, or in a classic cocktail. I'm doing a modern classic. Safa, I'd have to agree with Dr. Abigail that the concept of a registered network cabler sounds dodge. I think should I upgrade to 100 MIPS? Look, honestly, some point I have to talk to Telstra about improving shit because there are problems with it, but I just always forget. And you go with Telstra, you're on the fucking line for such a long time. That's really nice. Oh my God, that is really nice. Yum. Okay, so, oof, that's nice. Okay, so I have my next two barrel-aged cocktails planned now. Although not necessarily making them straight away because I've got lots of barrel-aged cocktails left over. So, I have to open a business selling my barrel-aged cocktails or something, which would be super fucking illegal. So any enforcement authorities watching this later, that was a joke. I'm not going to do that. Oh, okay. Sorry, Safi, you're saying inside walls? And yes, Dr. Abigail, you can come on the stream. Just let me know when you're ready. Okay. Actually putting stuff in walls is a whole different thing. The vast majority of us plebs just fucking run cables on the floor or on the ceiling in Heine's case. We've actually got a lot of the cabling out of the way. We've got things holding it so it goes over door frames and whatnot so people won't trip over it. Very professional in my house. But yes, putting stuff inside walls, that's a whole different thing. It's like the poor fucker who set up my internet here when we first moved in. He ended up having to crawl under the house and sort of wiggle his way between heating ducts to find out where to thread the cable through. He's a real trooper. Real trooper. Are my cables blue? Some of them are. This one's black. Actually, the long ones are blue. And by long, I mean the ones that run the whole fucking length of the house. Oh, yum. That's really good. I am going to have to be good and have another non-alcoholic beverage after this because this is real fucking strong. That's how he wasn't actually Indian. He was a very dedicated guy, though. So, Dr. Abigail, things to be sharing on the stream. Oh my God, that's a really good drink. Fuck. Okay. Be even better barrel aged. So sometime in the next couple of months, I'll do that. Chartreuse, need to finish a couple of the ones I've already got, just to make sure. Because I mean, what have I got in the fridge? I've got a Manhattan. I've got a clarified rum punch, not barrel aged, but it's batched, and a barrel aged gin old fashioned. And Dr. Abigail's not connecting for some reason. We did have technical shenanigans the other night when Dr. Abigail tried to join. Is it gonna happen? No, it's not happening yet. Technical shenanigans. Isn't that just the way of the world? It's all shenanigans, basically. So many shenanigans. No, Suffer, I'm not saying anything about a telephone line inside the walls. In fact, I'm not in a position to answer exactly why the dude ended up crawling under the house. Dr. Abigail, your chat is there, but StreamYard couldn't actually see your camera or anything. Oh, yum. That is a really fucking good drink, actually. All right, so I see you trying to connect, Dr. Abigail, and I'm getting a little warning thing saying devices not connected. And StreamYard's just saying, you need to connect your microphone and camera before you can be added to the stream. Yes, Suffer, it was a Telstra NBN type setup. And I thought there was a plug in the wall ready to go. And the tech came and went, yep, no, that's not what that is. So we had to go into the house and thread a thing through there. And then I'm on satellite, actually. I'm actually on satellite. They installed a satellite dish. And so, yeah, then they did a bunch more different guys. These guys were Russian. The guys who installed the satellite dish were two of them. They were Russian. The guy who crawled under the house was not. But yeah, it was kind of funny. Like, do you get an okay from the landlord to put the satellite dish on? Because I had no choice. Like Telstra said, oh, because of where you live, to get this bandwidth you want, you need a satellite dish. And I was like, okay, you're renting. Do you have the landlord's permission? I'm going to say yes. Because what the fuck am I going to do if the landlord says no? I won't have any internet. So I was like, fuck it. We're just doing it. Okay. Okay, Dr. Abigail's still trying to connect, but for some reason, still not happening. Oh, man. All right. I also have this slightly compulsive need to apologize when I make a drink that's really fucking yummy, and every time I sip it, I just want to say, oh man, that's a good fucking drink. And I feel like I'm being egotistical to say I made a really good drink, but that is a really fucking good drink. And every time I taste it, I think, all right, we're going to share. All right, we'll share Heine's ceiling. I get what you're saying now. Yes, Dr. Abigail getting a blank screen, whirly circle of death. Yeah, it's just not working here. The satellite it's definitely for Foxtel, but I think it's for the internet too, though I'm not completely sure. You know, they told me. I don't fucking listen. I'm a mindless consumer. So just for fun, this is behind his ceiling. He's going to run his cable along these pipes. Yeah, that is a fairly base level ceiling you have going on there. Nothing wrong with that though. You know, works. It's functional. Wait, oh my goodness. Is it working this time? Look who's there. Can we hear you though? Because that was a problem.
Can you hear me? I don't know.
Huzzah!
So I can't see you. You're a black screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I had to use Chrome.
Yeah.
I am in Chrome at the moment.
Okay.
I can see me, but I can't see you. You're a black screen.
We're all good.
Which maybe that's for the best.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm definitely not lifting my kilt up and waving everything in the breeze.
Yeah. So I just looked up network cabling in Australia, there are
Yes.
standards that you need to follow.
Yeah.
But if it's a permanent cabling, it has to done by a so I did it illegally. It has to be done by an Austel Sparky or cabler.
Yeah, but have you like put it
they,
in the walls and stuff, or are you just running cables across the floor?
Oh no, I had them in the walls under the floor.
Oh, really?
And then
Okay.
and then patched them to proper panels to just plug them into the wall. So
Yeah,
like
you're a
I
criminal.
patched them properly. So
Yeah,
if
you're
the
definitely a
cables
criminal.
go down the walls to the floor and then travel under the floor, it's deemed a temporary installation.
Okay.
So
Mine doesn't even go under the floor or into the walls. It just goes
yeah.
the floor and along the walls.
I literally can't do that here now because it's all concrete. So
sorry, Nettie, who's got something on their neck? I mean,
I can't see. I literally
Oh,
can't
yeah,
see anything.
and you can't see anything.
So, yeah, actually, what I could do is, I mean, it would. I'm gonna get lots of lag. Yeah, that the lag. So I've gone back to what's it called? The other browser. Firefox.
Yeah.
Yeah, gone back to Firefox, muted it, and reloaded the page, and so I can see you, but there's like a 10-second delay. It's unwatchable.
So Nettie thinks it looks like you've got a necklace or a. I mean, I can see. I don't know if that's the.
Well,
there you go. That's a necklace. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I've got a necklace here, and I've got this cable, and I've got a necklace here.
There you go. So you got all sorts of things dangling.
Yeah, I got some dangly bits.
That's okay. So have
The
I,
only thing
because I'm wearing a
dangling,
kilt.
the only thing dangly bits I got nowadays are my boobies.
Yes. Sorry, I just had to say something about my kilt and dangly bits. So,
no, I had to go back to Chrome. But you're still a black square. I don't know what that's about. Maybe
no, neither do
setting.
I'm making a socially conscious statement on Instagram. Or do you remember that where the fucking weirdos did that and they thought it was making a statement, and all it did was crowd out people who actually had something to say? But anyway,
I don't remember. I'm thinking of replacing one of my posters for this map of Numenor that I have. And putting it like I can't put it here because my chair will kill it.
Right.
My chair's constantly ramming into the wall here, but maybe like here somewhere.
So,
what do you think?
Yep, good. Speaking of Numenor, I feel like
yeah.
I don't think we'd be upsetting anyone too much. I think you could probably have a fair bit of a rant about fanfic of power.
The fanfic of power. Is it spoiler or non-spoiler? Because okay, so that's Numenor, which is from the This map is from the Silmarillion. There was no map of Numenor in the Lord of the Rings appendices or the Hobbit. So
no. That was like some weird notebook thing talking out somewhere that his son pulled out and went, "Yep, we're putting that in there."
Yes. Well, the Silmarillion was almost finished.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
How could I want to let you have a rant about fanfic of fiction as non-spoilery as possible.
Okay. Okay. Non-spoilery as in not to spoil
well, okay, there was some
finale.
plot twists. Yeah. Don't do the spoilers about Halbrand or the Stranger. I honestly think those are the only big ones.
I don't know if I can do that.
All right. Well, we just won't
Hang on,
talk about it.
look, hang on. I've got a massive list of things that I've taken
Well,
note of.
I think the short version is basically none of the plot elements in that show
Oh
exist in any
no,
of Tolkien's writing. None of them.
none whatsoever. It's only loosely based on the events of the
It is,
Second
and I
Age.
have no problem. And in fact, I think everyone, when they appraise it, should just go, the starting frame, good or bad, should be, this is fan fiction. This is someone who's
Yeah, and
literally
it's
gone,
but okay. So plot points aside, complete plot points aside, right? It's like the show is like one of the most massive budget TV shows ever,
really
and it
is.
has such a low budget feel. Like the armor that the people wore was cheap and thin. It looked like cosplay. The armies were tiny. Like, yay, the Numenorians are saving 50 people in this village. Yay. And
And
the queen came and the extras were like cut and pasted like massively. Like
yeah,
every show does that. That's fine.
yeah,
But that one scene in the village, they had these old people cut and pasted like a dozen times. It was ridiculous. The
yeah,
sets in Numenor felt claustrophobic and they were overused. They were small and reused. It just
yeah.
felt cramped. The showrunners don't like were vastly inexperienced for something like this. The some of the choices they made were inexplicable. The pacing was just slow and weird. The
See,
slow motion shots, what was with those? Like Galadriel on a horse in slow motion.
yeah,
That
was
just
your
blew my
audition just, can you stare sternly for 30 seconds
yeah,
without moving?
yeah. And they just borrowed way too many quotes from the Peter Jackson movies. Just like they they said that they wanted to set themselves apart from the Peter Jackson
Yeah,
movies and then used a bunch of quotes from the Peter Jackson movies.
yeah, trying to
Like,
create
yeah,
familiarity here.
yeah.
But
The
it,
plot that they've used is
yeah,
so fucking convoluted. The Halbrand's plan
yeah.
is so strange and relies on chance so much
Okay.
that it just defies.
We can't have
Yeah,
the conversation I want to have with you on this on here without spoiling. I would love to have the
yeah.
conversation with you, because I might do a counterpoint that it wasn't a plan. It
It
was,
wasn't.
because I actually thought his turning point, I thought they put some actually quite clever stuff in that. I was very, but
That
we can't really have that conversation here.
his his whole deal is
Mm.
completely fictional.
Oh yeah, yeah,
He,
yeah,
as a
definitely.
character,
Yeah.
completely just like, and I know the whole thing is fictional. Like
Yes.
I get that, but
Yeah.
based on he was not present in the Legendarium
No, no, no,
as
no,
any
no,
kind
no,
of
no, no. No,
character
it was a
whatsoever.
plot device they invented. I don't think it
Yep.
was a terrible plot device.
Yes. And the
I'd love
fact
to
that
have this
they
conversation with you, but we can't really do it here.
yeah. Look, I was chatting with Stella during the week
Yeah.
and she gave me the space to get this all out and it was great. It was so cathartic. She just like let it out. I'll hold
Yeah.
you, let it out. And I
Yeah.
did, and it was just so
Good.
good. And I just raged on fanfic of
Yeah.
power
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
And it just felt great. So
Yeah.
and yeah, oh, So yeah, like there's so many things I could bring up about the plot that, like, the plot of this show is so wrong. Is like on so
It's
many
not
levels.
Tolkien's plot. It just isn't.
It's
It's
not.
actually not.
It
It's not
really
even
isn't.
close. It's not even
It's
close. It is.
no.
It is as close to Tolkien's work as 50 Shades of Grey is to Twilight. It's
Mm,
basically
yeah,
because 50 Shades of Grey started as Twilight fanfic,
it
and
did. Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
hilarious that they sold so many of those books, and it literally just started as sexy fanfic from someone who I think had never had sex. Kind
And
of like,
someone who had no idea what consensual BDSM
oh
is
yeah, no,
either.
no, Jesus, they had no
Yeah.
understanding whatsoever of BDSM in a consensual sense,
Yeah.
um, uh, and which was hilarious because Twilight was written by someone who'd never seen a vampire movie.
Yeah.
She actually said that, and I was just like, great. So I just want to strap.
Oh,
I want to strap her into a chair, Stephanie Meyer, like Clockwork Orange style, with her head held in a brace and her eyes held open so she can't look away, and
yep.
play
Yep.
in a cinema with a big screen and like Dolby surround sound, and force her to watch 30 Days of Night. And
Yep.
I think that would
Oh God.
I think that would fuck her up.
Jesus.
I think that would fuck her up really big.
Oh my God. That
Because if
I
you've
mean, I
never watched
thought,
it, 30
oh,
Days of
that is
Night is probably the
brutal.
darkest, most fucked up vampire film I've ever seen. I like
Yeah.
it. AZ and I did a commentary for it. If you want to go into the deep dark past, AZ and I did
Damn.
a DVD commentary. We were watching it and doing it. It's so bloody and it's so dark and fucked up.
Yep.
But
Oh,
yeah.
oh man.
Oh, Starfire. See, okay, I've never played a Halo game. I thought the Halo TV show was fine. It was just a kind of
So
action, but it's
I
unrelated to the game.
yeah, it's pretty like the Halo TV show I really enjoyed. I actually
I did.
really enjoyed it,
Yeah.
right? But it has nothing to do with the video game, like the
No, nothing at
lore
all.
from the video game. But I still enjoyed the show
Yeah.
with Rings of Power. It's an awful TV show on its own merits.
Well,
If you
again,
forget all the lore, it's like I've heard actual like film and TV buffs use actual arguments on how it's bad. Like I
oh
can't do
yeah,
it credit. So
and
like
it's. I am slightly like, okay, it's real easy to pick it apart from the outside, but they did make a lot of mistakes. What's interesting is because, like I say, they've got this mammoth budget and they're locked into 3 seasons. Season
I
two
thought they were locked into
might,
5.
oh, who knows? A few. Season two might be completely different. They might learn from the feedback and they might
Oh,
go to, Jeff Bezos and
but
say,
they've
look,
they've dug themselves a huge hole though.
I don't think
Like
they
they've
have. I don't think that. I
plot
think
wise, plot wise,
I
they've
think they
dug
could
a
virtually
massive
leave
hole.
this season behind. I think they there was a bunch of setup stuff. I think they could leave most of it behind. The Halbrand stuff was definitely weird. It was definitely weird. I think it had some positives, and it was just like that was a weird idea, and you probably needed someone in a room to say to you, guys, I don't know if we should do this.
I think the show would be better served if season 1 someone woke up and it was all a dream and
I
then
think
start from scratch.
I don't know that they will.
Honestly,
Yeah,
no, of course not. Of
yeah,
course not. But I think if they scrapped it and started again, it would be
yeah.
much better served
No.
because
Okay,
this show is a mess and it's got nothing to do with, like, they've just dug themselves into this massive hole.
yeah,
Um
okay. Counterpoint, I
and
don't think they have.
okay, so I think the storytelling that they've done is just bad, and it's just
ooh,
like,
Jesus! I
oh,
don't know if the mic.
I'm getting lightning and thunder out my window
Yeah,
as well.
don't know if the mic picked that up, but that was a serious one
I
right
heard that.
overhead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can't see anything because you're a black square, but
yeah.
I
I
can
didn't see
hear
any
it, and
lightning, but that was a pretty serious thunder crack.
um,
So again, we
I
might get
think
some serious sound effects here soon.
not all of the plot was bad. Like there were elements, but you know, to be honest, there is enough in the appendices and of the Lord of the Rings to do a really awesome 5-season show.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
really
obviously,
awesome. And
yes. Obviously, there is.
I
Yeah.
post and what they've done is completely just not done that. Like
Yeah. I think
and
they
stick
made
to
a
the lore.
succession of mistakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So
but
I posted on my Discord. I
yeah.
don't know if you've seen it. In the
Yeah.
general chat, I posted a series. It's a
Of
YouTube
videos.
playlist. How the Rings of Power should have been written to make them, um,
Yeah.
Tolkienian.
Yeah.
Now there's 3 videos in the series. He hasn't done a 4th yet.
Yeah.
The first video is season 1 and 2, and he breaks it
Yeah.
down how he would have done it, and
Yeah.
like it's epic, it's beautiful, it's amazing,
Yeah.
what he's done, and this is the show I wanted, and it's
Yeah.
perfect,
Yeah. Yeah.
and however, the videos are like 2 hours long
Yeah.
each,
And
and
I'm never going to watch them. Not ever.
it
Um,
which is a shame,
yeah.
because if you even listen to them while you're working,
Which honestly,
um,
okay, I might do that. I honestly might do that.
if
Yeah.
yeah, listen to them, it'd be um, like a giant
Yeah.
squishing the ant that is the
Yeah.
Rings of Power, like that.
Okay.
It's just yeah.
And look,
Anyway,
not that I have anything invested in the people who made Rings of Power, because I know nothing about them. I have no idea who they are, what they're. But just as a counterpoint, I want to say it is very easy to sit on the outside and say, here's what you did wrong. Producing something like that is brain shatteringly complicated
oh,
and difficult.
of
And
course it is. They should have hired someone who knew what they were doing then, because
well,
they didn't.
again,
They hired someone.
that's
They
really
hired
easy to say from the outside.
they hired someone with no experience, though. They
I
literally,
don't know
it would
about
be
that.
like hiring me to do it. They hired
I
these
literally
2
don't know about
guys. They hired these 2 guys with no experience. I shit you not. Um, they were young. Um, let me look it up.
Yeah,
Show
I'm just
runner.
really cautious. I'm going to preface with I'm not saying I would disagree with how this person took it apart, because I've seen some very interesting stuff and I've liked some people's takes on here's how you could have fixed it and whatnot. But
Okay,
it's just
so
super easy to say it from the outside.
so here's I've opened up a Forbes article. Would you describe that as a trustworthy source?
I would say as a worth reading source, yes.
Okay. Um, blah blah blah. Many of the ghastly rendition of Tolkien's work. Well, there you go.
Okay.
Spoilers ahead. This is okay. The showrunners. Where are they?
What? Yeah. What was the name of the showrunners?
Um,
Or I could just look it up, honestly.
yeah. Patrick McKay and JD Payne.
What the fuck was that? Adblock's been updated. Okay. I'm just going to look up Rings
Sure.
of Power.
You will not have heard of them.
Oh, I don't.
They're
I've never heard of
unknown.
anyone.
Oh, okay.
Okay, from Esquire. For the Rings of Power showrunners, the road goes ever on. 5 years in developing. So what's their name? JD Payne and Patrick McKay.
Yeah. They had they had no plan, they had no experience. They had no proven experience.
All right. Sorry, I'm just going to search on their names again.
So they had literally no credited, completed projects before this.
God, they got the job in 2018. Patrick McKay. They were temporary screenwriters for Star Trek Beyond, written for Disney's.
Wow.
They've done nothing.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point.
Ooh, okay. Yep. Okay. You now have me on board. I am confused as to how two people who have done nothing got this multi-billion-dollar thing. That is stunning. That is actually that is pretty wild.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, I could see someone who was very frustrated by the show being a bit selective with how they describe them. And I just looked up their history. They've done nothing. They've been like script doctors. They've been minor contributors to like 2 or 3 movie scripts. And that's it. Fuck me sideways. That is a whole thing. Okay, so here's me. I'm going to be glass half full optimist type of thing.
Okay.
I think it is possible that if they listen to feedback for season 1, I think it's possible season 2 could be almost completely different.
So
I think they could.
They butchered the lore in their show.
Yeah.
So it's a mess. It's a complete mess. They cannot save that. That's my point.
I don't agree.
There's 16 other Rings of Power that they should have made before the 3.
Yeah. Look, I just don't agree with the concept that you can't recover. I don't agree with that at all. I think
there's so much lore that they've just glossed over and not included in the show.
I don't want
that
to be
you
rude.
need for the rest of the 4 seasons.
I don't want to be rude, but 99% of their potential audience doesn't know a goddamn fucking thing about the lore. Hardcore.
I disagree with that number.
No. We're talking about the Silmarillion and stuff. That is fucking fringe.
I don't know. Have you seen the reviews?
Even
the reviews that Amazon haven't censored, it's like, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would agree with, say, 75% have no idea about the Legendarium. I would agree with that. Like, if
got my first
but
bit of life.
1%, no way, not a chance.
I think you are grossly overstating how many people who, again, not people in the world, not how many copies the Silmarillion sold, etc. How many people in the modern world who subscribe to streaming services and want a fantasy show have read and care about the lore? It's tiny fraction. Tiny fraction.
How do you even find that number out? Like,
I made it up. You couldn't again, because you can't
yeah,
quantify it. You can't. And that's literally a gut feel. I completely made that number up. Uh,
yeah.
by the same
I
token, you're going with gut feel. You made a number up, and we made up
yeah.
different numbers.
I
It's
I,
it's
I
as
will
simple as
see.
that.
That's a number I would believe, but I have no idea. I
Yeah,
would believe
both of us
25%.
are going with a gut feel and making up a number with nothing to back it up. Uh,
I th-
maybe
I think.
maybe the truth is
Hang on.
somewhere in the middle.
I
But
think my front door just opened, so I'm just gonna find out if
gotta
my
go check
son's
it.
home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec.
All right. So I got my first bit of lightning, which I'm a little bit excited by. Safa, oh, I wouldn't subscribe to uh, fucking Amazon for the Rings of Power. I subscribed to Amazon because they had American Gods and Good Omens. There is a shit ton of really good stuff on Amazon Prime. Plus, if you subscribe to the videos, you're automatically actually in Amazon Prime, the delivery thing. If you ever buy stuff off Amazon, which I almost never do, but my offspring do, you get the free shipping and shit. Oh yes, Megaleech, The Expanse is another good reason to subscribe to Prime. Again, if anyone ever asked me, "Oh, should I subscribe to Prime to get Rings of Power?" I go, "No." But there is a bunch of other stuff, and because the Peripheral just started, I'm really keen to see that as well. Very sort of trippy, alternate history stuff. But I've been a big William Gibson fan since I read Neuromancer back in the 80s, and his stuff just gets better as far as I'm concerned. But yeah. Oh yeah, I think a storm is swirling around me at the moment. I'm getting regular thunder, occasional lightning, little bits of rain. So, yeah, I guess I should provise. Fuck's sake, my power might go out. If my power goes out, the stream's just going to disappear. So there's a non-zero chance that the stream might, without warning, disappear. I hope that doesn't
I
happen.
may
But
too. I may too disappear. Who
yeah,
knows?
who knows? We're on a lottery night. So yeah, like
Yeah.
Dr. Abigail, I just want to say, I think your estimation of fanfic of power is broadly correct, but where I disagree is the idea they can't save it. No matter
Okay.
what you disliked about season one, they could turn it around. And I know you're worried that they fucked up the law. I'm sorry, an overwhelming majority. Even if you wanted to say 75%, that's an overwhelming majority of the audience for the show. Doesn't know, doesn't give a shit. You've just got to create a show they want to watch. You could create a show they want to watch while completely trampling all over the law. It's that simple. I'm not saying they will save it. I'm not saying season 2 will be really different. I'm not saying it will be that much better. I'm saying they can't is wrong. Very, very, very wrong.
Okay. I think that I'm tripping myself up. I think by saying they can't save it, I'm saying that in the context of law, of the
Yeah, and
LORE.
I
Yeah.
understand
So,
that
like,
view,
yeah,
but for
because
a
in the
TV
context,
audience, that doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
see, again, like, they're gonna have to make fundamental changes to the way everything that Tolkien wrote in the
Yep.
appendices of the Lord of the Rings. I'm ignoring the Silmarillion here because
Okay.
they don't
Well,
even have
again, only
access to it.
fucking nerds read the appendices. I've read them 50 times. So,
Yeah, so based on the appendices alone, they've
yeah.
fucked things up. So
Yeah. But all it
they
is,
could, if they made season 2, if they canned the show writers and brought in someone with actual experience and made it an actual watchable show and kept going with this plot line, it would sure, that would technically save it. And your basic audience who hasn't read anything from the Legendarium would be satisfied. And then and what that would do, it would get people interested in reading this stuff. They'd read it and say, "Well, this is so different," and it would get more people into Tolkien. That's what the movies did. So,
True.
and the movies weren't 100% accurate by the
No,
slightest.
there was a lot of divergence in the movies.
There
Some
was,
of which I really didn't understand.
Yeah, true.
I thought, why did you
Some
choose?
of which. Go on.
Well, it's just like, because I'm never that surprised when they cut something from a book because the books are really long. But then he would invent stuff and put extra stuff in. And I'm going, I don't understand why you cut some core stuff from the book and then invented stuff that's not in the book. I'm confused as to how you came to that choice.
Yeah, there are a few of those.
But broadly, and I also want to throw in, and why I was a bit cautious about shitting on the showrunners. Peter Jackson, again, it wasn't as big a thing on an internet when those movies were made, but absolutely consistently on the internet was neckbeards screaming and ranting about how it's going to be absolute shit and how it was absolute shit. And they were wrong. They were just wrong.
Yeah.
Again, fanfic of power, not so wrong. But that's why I was being, I guess, a bit generous to the showrunners.
A bit cautious.
Till I looked it up, and they done literally nothing. It's just like, how does that even work, though? How does Jeff Bezos go, yes, I think I will give these guys $10 billion when they've never done it before? It's like, fuck me. What? Oh, wow.
Some people have more dollars than cents.
That is a really weird decision. That is a very weird decision.
I've got a giant cat trying to crawl all over my computer.
But I'm not saying they will save it in season 2. And yes, what you're saying about they've messed with the law so much they can't bring them back.
Yeah,
they don't have to. Again, the absolute overwhelming majority of the potential audience doesn't know and doesn't care.
I think once again, you love hyperbole so much that you don't know you're using it. Absolute overwhelming majority, I think it's a bit less than that. I think it's a majority.
Your figure, which I think is overstated, is 75%. That is an overwhelming majority.
Is a majority. An overwhelming majority is a.
If someone gets 75% of the primary vote,
politics,
they have butt-fucked their opposition into oblivion.
But that's a different ball game. That's completely different.
I don't agree, but 75%
in a sports game, it's not an overwhelming majority.
3-1, outscoring someone by 3-1 is a devastating, overwhelming overrun. 75-25 in an Aussie rules game is a crushing win. I'm just
fine.
You are under us, and also I think your number's wrong. I think my number.
Okay. I think I've got 1%.
Can't evidence it, but I think my number 99% is immensely closer to the real number than your 75%. It's impossible to prove it either way, so I won't freaking brag on about it. Except I will, because I like to.
You will, because that's what you do. You get a few drinks into you, and just keep repeating yourself. My angry Aussie bingo card is just going ding 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 now.
Repeat stuff. See, that's another one on the bingo card. That's a Bo Burnham song.
Bo Burnham reference. Yep.
That's another one on the bingo card.
Ah,
But
jeez.
yeah, I just think there are so many moving parts in something like the production of that show. It's perfectly possible season 2 could be close to unrecognizable compared to season 1.
Could
Um,
be. We don't
it,
know.
it
They
could be.
haven't even started production. It's
Exactly.
going to
And that's
be
the
out in 2 years.
they
But
might take the feedback on. They might go, okay,
oh,
okay.
you
I'm
reckon?
trying to get
Have Have you heard about what they've been doing with the feedback from the first season?
no.
Oh God. Um, um, okay, so before the show was released and during the run,
Yeah.
they've they've not only outright ignored any negative feedback, but they've lambasted anyone who's has any negative feedback about any aspect of the show whatsoever. They've just made a statement saying, "Oh, they're just racist trolls." Like, just lumped everyone in this one category.
Okay.
Secondly, because Amazon owns Rotten Tomatoes.
Do they?
Is it Rotten Tomatoes
I
or
don't know.
IMDb? I think it's IMDb. Um, Anyone who puts a rating on IMDb, if
Yeah.
it's not a 3 and above, it gets automatically hidden. You
Okay.
cannot see them. You cannot see them. And
Okay.
the aggregate number, is not representative of the rating that people give it. The Amazon reviews, they explicitly state that the average review number of the show has been modified in on the Amazon page, and that it's not an actual average.
Yeah.
Not only that, but uh, um, Rotten Tomatoes,
Hmm.
they have worked out a deal where anyone who gives it a bad review, it just doesn't get posted at all
Okay.
because they just
Oh,
gave him a buttload of money.
okay.
And not only
Hmm.
that,
Hmm.
it gets better because for the finale, what they did is they inserted an ad at, I think, the 12-minute mark. And I know this happened to a bunch of people because I watched a live stream of someone doing a
Hmm.
live watch party, and
Yeah.
the comments just went crazy at this 12-minute mark. Just ads, what? And then after the ad finished, it forced everyone to reload the video.
Okay. That didn't happen to me. I
Effectively,
don't know what that is.
it happened to a bunch of people. I watched it live.
Mm.
Effectively almost doubling. It was probably a US thing. I don't know.
Hmm.
But it almost doubled the viewership. It
Yeah.
was a dirty trick
Yeah.
um, to bump their numbers up.
Yeah.
So all these tricks that Amazon have been using to
Hmm.
get positive reviews
Yeah.
and basically ignoring negative reviews up until this point. And
Hmm.
I'm not making this up. I've been keenly aware of everything.
Hmm.
I've posted negative reviews.
Yeah.
I've actually posted them and seen them disappear. It's happened to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
not a thing that I'm making up.
No, but I want to counterpoint most of that. Not the last bit with the ad. That was just weird, and I don't know what that was, and nothing happened. And yes, I absolutely believe they're blocking negative reviews. But as a counterpoint, the racism thing we talked about this way back. I made a video,
Yep.
the last
Yep.
pre-recorded
Yep.
video I made it. That is a real, extremely big thing. The fact
So
that
yes,
they went past the reality of it to say everyone who criticized it, and that's not what I said in my video.
no,
Um,
no, 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 no. So there were people who criticized that aspect, and those
mm,
people can go fuck themselves. Like
Absolutely.
they
Absolutely.
deserve to all the fuck shit they're getting. Like
Yeah.
eat a turd sandwich, you fucking racists.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know that's not what
Amazon,
you're saying. I'm very explicit about what you're
Amazon,
saying.
and the show writers and
Yeah.
the PR people have been lumping anyone who's giving the show a negative
Yeah.
YouTube video or any
Yeah.
kind of criticism in the
Yeah.
same group.
Yeah.
And just in all their press releases, in all their
Yeah.
comments on Twitter, just saying all these trolls and just lumping everyone in the same group as the
Mhm.
racist assholes.
Yeah. Now,
So,
again, I want to finish what I was saying. They are
mhm,
very real. It seems obvious that Amazon has taken it too far, because there's an absolute truth. The first and the loudest and the most obnoxious were absolutely driven by misogyny and racism, and they're all over. And the whole thing about culling negative reviews, audience reviews on things like Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb are borderline without value because of the organized groups of right-wing trolls who mass downvote anything that contradicts their fucked up
okay,
worldview. So
sure,
no, I
but
haven't
they
finished.
have
I haven't
okay.
finished. I haven't finished. I agree with what you're saying that all the available evidence is the Amazon people have taken that too far. They've abused their wealth and money and influence to push everything into that category. And I understand you actually agree with this, but it is very, very important to acknowledge the vile, nasty right wing racism and misogyny and review bombing is real.
Mm,
They've
yeah,
just abused their position and their wealth and influence to say everyone who doesn't like us is this. They're a
yes,
big fucking company.
true.
Fuck them. I'm never going to
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
defend Amazon. They're one of the most evil companies in the fucking world.
yeah. So my criticism is that legit criticism of the show and the disrespect to the law and to Tolkien, that they've been censoring that
Yeah, they
en
went too
masse.
far. They went
They
too
went
far.
absolutely too far, and
Yeah.
that's my point. And they
Yeah.
have
And,
been doing
I
that
think
too,
that's a
and that's
valid point.
fucked.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, absolutely. But, and that's a huge, most powerful, one of the most powerful, evil companies in the world. And Amazon is an
Yeah.
actively evil company. Amazon kills people and ruins lives of people they don't quite kill. And not just people in poorer countries, people
Oh,
in the
their own
UK and
workers.
Europe and
Yeah.
America have their lives ruined and they are physically and mentally tortured working for Amazon. Amazon, no, evil company. I would never defend. And what you're highlighting is
Yeah.
wealth exploiting their power and influence, and it's fucked. But
Yeah.
I've
But
been
no,
so
like I absolutely know that trolls are gonna troll, and they
yeah.
do that to a lot more shows than
Oh
this.
yeah, like
Absolutely, and
anything with a
and that's
woman.
fucked too. Yeah.
Like literally any movie or TV show that has a female protagonist or a gay protagonist or appears to
Mhm.
be pushing a progressive line, they come out with their bile before it's
Yep.
released. And they just go on about how this is definitely terrible, even though I haven't seen it. And it's just like, go fuck yourself. And possibly also because of the sort of stuff I've done on the YouTube for the last 16, 17 years, I'm particularly sensitive to these cunts. And it's
Yep.
just, um, I just have zero tolerance for that shit. And it is
Yep.
unfortunate when, and again, because nerd fandom has become so fucking toxic in the last 10, 20 years. It's just the fucking pits. Um, and so yeah, when you genuinely say, hey, Something about the artistic integrity of this is kind of
How is
shit.
nerd fandom gone toxic?
All of it.
'Cause I'm in
I
nerd
can't think
I'm
of a
in
single
nerd
fandom that doesn't have horrible, toxic people in it.
Oh, yeah, I guess. All the nerd fandoms I'm in have been self-filtering.
Yeah,
And
but
they go
outside of
into
your
their
filter are people who are part of that fandom who are the scum of the fucking earth.
Yeah. So case in point, when I was on Facebook, I was part of a Star Trek fan group called Star Trek Shitposting, and it was
Yes.
great. It was fucking awesome. And it's the one thing I miss about Facebook, that group.
Yeah.
And it was run by the most incredible, awesome group of people. And
Yeah.
anytime some right-wing troll or racist arsehole bared their head, they got absolutely curb stomped by the
Yeah.
awesome people, and they fucked off, or they got banned, and it was
In
awesome.
that one group, but in the
In that
broader
one group.
internet and whatnot, you get these
See, I don't
fucking
hang out in the
morons.
I don't hang out with
And
assholes.
that's what I'm talking about, the broader world. You get again,
Well,
but you get them saying such brain-meltingly stupid things of, "Oh, when did Star Trek become PC and all about the minorities and whatnot?" And you're
it's
going, "Oh,
always been that.
what?
Yeah.
Look at the show in the 60s where they went out of their way to have this cross-cultural it was a clear and it's like
Yeah.
when someone says it about Doctor Who, like, "Oh, when did Doctor Who be a social justice warrior?" Going, if the Doctor had a business card, it would say social justice warrior. For fuck's sake. And they say stuff that's that stupid. It's that sort of and they just assert
Yep.
that, "Oh, I'm keeping it real, man." And it's going like, you don't know, like when they say they're Marvel fans, and it's like, "Oh, Stan Lee would turn in his grave." Like, Stan Lee was doing anti-authoritarian, pro-black and
Yes.
pro-queer stuff in the fucking 60s. What the fuck are you talking about? They're
Yep.
that
It
disconnected.
blows my mind. Yes. But I
Yeah,
mean, they've always been there.
yeah.
It's just the internet gives them a voice.
That's what
Like
I
it's
always
not
said.
that it's not a new thing by any
No, no, no,
means.
no, no.
It's just
But
it's
that's what I've
so
always
so
said.
this idea that nerd culture has become toxic. It's always been there. It's just that the internet has given them a voice.
Yeah.
It's
That's what I've
fucked.
always said.
It's
The
always been
best thing
fucked.
about the internet is also the worst thing about the internet, in that no
Mm,
one's alone. And that's, again, having
yes.
grown up in a country town, being a little bit different to everyone else and feeling so weird and fucked up and isolated because there was almost no one I could connect to. If the internet had existed, I would have found a shit ton of people to connect to. But sadly, neo-Nazis who believe vaccines put microchips into your body, and there's a
Ugh.
secret valley where Aryan giants live and will come out and save the world. They will find someone else who says, "Yeah, that's real."
Yeah.
It's,
And
it's no matter what sort of a
yeah.
nutcase you are,
Yep. Yep.
no one's alone. Some people
And
should be
it used
alone.
to be they'd just be isolated nut jobs
Yes,
just here and
yes,
there. And occasionally you'd get a couple of them together,
yeah,
like in a big city or a few of
yeah,
them. But now that we've got the internet, they
yeah,
can find a community
yeah,
and you get a foundation of a few,
yeah,
just like moderate nut jobs that can
yeah,
prop up the more extreme nut
yeah,
jobs. And it's
yeah,
just, yeah,
yeah,
shit's fucked, yo. And
yeah.
yeah, that's how
With
religious fundamentalism happens,
yeah,
by the way. Though it's the religious moderates who provide the
yeah,
foundation to
yeah,
prop up the fundamentalists.
yeah. It's like, with the internet, no one's alone, but some motherfuckers
Yeah.
should be alone. They should just never interact with broader society.
Yes. Well,
And
on the
sadly, they
internet,
do
no one
now.
knows you're a dog
Yeah. But okay,
unless you have your
conversely,
webcam
on the
turned on.
internet, everyone knows you're a fucking neo-Nazi bigot. even though you say you're not, because your behavior makes it super obvious you are a neo-Nazi bigot.
Yes, anything that goes
that-
on the internet stays on the internet.
That's my
Even if
favorite thing. When you point out you are obviously a fucking Nazi, and you go, "Oh, you say that to everyone." No, I just say that to people who promote freakish anti-Semitic tropes and race superiority ideas. You know,
funny about that.
Very weird people, and it's always funny to me that they think they're not obvious. It's like, dude, you are not subtle. You are not hiding any of your motivations.
Yeah.
It's like when I did the video on YouTube about fanfic of power before it was released, and I said, racist trolls, fuck off. And the only people, and as they don't get how obvious they are, the only people who were going to react angrily to that, because the show wasn't even on. So the only people who were going to react angrily to that were fucking racists.
Yep.
And they don't get how obvious they are. It's hilarious. It does my fucking head in.
They're just like self-identifying at that point.
And they think they're and I think they lie to themselves and they believe the lies they tell themselves.
Yep.
But then they expect everyone else to believe the lie too. And it's like
cognitive bias. Yeah.
Sorry, champ. I can kind of see right through you. And Mimsy coming in to say hello.
What's the weather going to be like tomorrow?
Oh, God knows. It's pretty goddamn turbulent right now. What does bomb say? Are they going to change? Sorry, I mean, if they're going to change their app, because it just says bomb and they don't want that. It's funny.
I've heard that they're spending a buttload of money to change that, which is just why.
Tomorrow is probably going to piss down rain. So, I don't know. And there were rumors not going to. They did spend a buttload.
No. In the afternoon and the evening, it looks like it's going to stop raining for a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's
very high chance of rain, most likely in morning and early afternoon. So, it's supposed to clear up a bit and then rain way less on Sunday.
Someone else should come on the stream because I'm running out of spoons.
All right. Does Pat want to come on the stream? Look at that man. What are you doing?
All right.
Oh, hey, another black square. I'm going to fix this problem. So I'm going to just
work out
jump on and off.
Problem? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to be jumping on and off a bit. So bear with me while you talk to Pat.
Go for it. What have you been up to, Pat?
Go see my brother. Hello by my brother today.
Yeah.
That's on today.
Oh, okay. So you had a farewell for your brother today.
Yep.
I can't hear him.
You can't hear Pat? Yeah. I can hear Pat.
Yeah.
Right. You've got weird technical things happening, Abigail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, you got a mic. I see it.
Yeah. I'll buy that.
So did you have a lot of people around, or?
Yeah, I saw my sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw my sister. I saw my niece.
Oh yeah.
I saw my mom's two sisters.
Okay. So a lot of family.
And I saw my dad's brother, my uncle Joe.
All right. So a bit of family there. So that's good to have everyone.
And also my friends there.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's nice then that you had to get together to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, nice I know I'm drunk.
Oh, you're having a bit of a wake, were you?
Beer.
Yeah. You got a bit of Irish in you, Pat. Having a wake to send him off.
Yeah.
Well, with that in mind, I might pour a drink then. What have I got? I got some pre-made drinks. Might do this one. Oh, all right. Get my Get my skull decanter out of the fridge. It's a gin barrel aged gin old fashioned. Because I'm a fancy boy. Got my fancy boy. All right. So what's the chat here? Oh, that was you. Okay. So, have you been watching any movies or TV, Pat?
I saw Blue Juice.
Which one was that?
Blue Juice.
Blue Juice.
Nah, Blue Juice.
Blues.
No. It's that.
Yeah, that's not showing up. What is that? No, that's just all blurry to me. It's not.
Come on.
Blue something.
Blue Healers.
Blue Healers?
Yeah.
Okay, Blue Healers. You've been watching Blue Healers. Okay.
Yeah, today.
Okay. That's a classic. Cops.
Oh, yeah, I saw Rob today.
How's Rob?
No, Rob's alright. Really good.
Is he still? He's up to no good though. Rob's trouble. We can both agree. Yeah. No, he won't hear, Pat. I won't tell him next time I see him that you told me that he. Just tell me all the dirt about Rob, and I promise I won't tell him next time I see him. For those who don't know, Pat and Rob and me have hung out a couple times, and we always have a good time.
Yep.
Actually, speaking about cop things, because Robbie Coltrane died, and like modern people know him from being Hagrid in the Harry Potter things, but he had a really good cop show called Cracker.
Yeah, I saw them on my Facebook.
Yeah.
I saw them on Facebook on Monday. I don't know who's there.
So, different view, Dr. Abigail. How's it going?
Hey there, boss.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Yes.
Everything's working. I'm astonished. How did that work?
Woo!
Yeah.
Wow. Because I'm using Firefox now instead of Chrome.
That would be it.
Things are just weird now.
Mm.
And I'm thinking of, I think I'm changing my VPN very soon.
Okay.
Because my VPN's pretty good, but its browser support is awful.
Oh, okay.
And it's split tunneling for specific websites is just the worst.
Okay.
So, yeah. And so things kind of worked with Chrome, but with Firefox, it's just no bueno.
No bueno.
So, no bueno.
Fair enough. Yeah, the browser world is really complicated.
Yeah.
Because it's really funny, like, when Netscape was king and then Microsoft killed it. And when they open sourced the browser and everyone went, ugh, and because nothing happened for like 5 years or 6 years. And then something happened and it was Firefox and it was good. And
yes.
Because, I mean, seriously, for several years, knowledgeable techie people were crapping on the Mozilla Foundation because it wasn't delivering. And that seemed like sensible. Like, yeah, they're not doing anything. But lo and behold, after an extremely long time, a really good quality browser appeared. So, you just got to be patient.
Oh, and then we noticed Chrome this glass is chipped.
Oh, yeah.
Check that out.
Well, that's I worry about that sometimes. Okay, it's probably okay, and then you forget and you cut your lip on the chipped bit. And,
I'm lucky I didn't cut my lip open. That's
I've done that. But
It's a
yeah,
chunky glass too.
yeah,
Like
we thought Chrome was the savior, and it was for a while, and then it got all bloaty and memory hoggy, and
oh god, I cringe every time I have to open up Chrome now, because in Task Manager it's just bleh.
You look at how much of the processor it's using.
Yeah, so have I got Chrome open at the moment? I don't think I do. No.
I think
So,
I do.
no, I
Oh,
don't.
no, I must have closed it.
I've got like, oh geez, you don't want to see my I've got I have several tabs open on Firefox.
We were talking about that. Like, I don't think I was exaggerating the numbers with my boss having like 60 tabs on a browser and 100 windows open, and I was like, okay, I'm freaked out. What's going on there?
So okay. So I yesterday did a tab purge,
right,
just to cut down some, and I'm just going to calculate how many I've got open now.
Yeah,
because I've got an add-on on Firefox that lets me see how many tabs I've got open. So what's that? That's plus.
Yeah. Mrs. Angry's gone to bed and closed the bedroom door so my noise doesn't go out there. So Mimsy's gone,
Okay,
I'm left alone. I'll hang out with you.
80 tabs open at the moment.
My dad,
after a tab purge.
my dad's at bed now.
Yeah. I also switch my computer off every night. So
okay.
I
do occasionally. But Firefox is only using 7 gigs of RAM, so that's not bad.
That's not bad.
But it does use more CPU power, probably because I've got StreamYard open.
Yeah, that would be using a lot of CPU. Yeah.
Yeah. Chrome, on the other hand, like I can open up one Chrome window or one Chrome tab.
Yeah.
Right. I've opened it up in. Put it over there. Right. And it's already at 33 processors running, and it's a gig of RAM.
Damn.
It's just redonkulous.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off. Okay.
Have you ever seen those like animated graphs? Someone's bothered to chart browser share by browser like since the 90s, and you see the little bars go back and forth. Like at one point Netscape was 90+%, and then Microsoft Internet Explorer slowly comes out and then blitzes everything, and then Chrome comes out and slowly builds, then completely destroys Internet Explorer, and you get the little engines that could, like Opera.
Yeah,
it's just always there with 2 or 3%.
Well, Opera's on Apple, isn't it?
Yes.
So yeah.
But I find those, when someone goes to the trouble of animating some of that, I find them really fascinating.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. There's a Reddit group I'm on called Data Visualized that have that. And
that's a serious nerd.
I got to show you this. Hang on. Right. They recently I'm gonna share my screen.
All right.
Because this is just where is it? Where is it? Screen one. I'm gonna just.
All right. What's this?
This is the complete family tree of every character in Tolkien's Legendarium, from Ilúvatar to all the Valar and the Maiar, all the way down to the hobbits.
Nice.
Like everyone.
Everyone.
All the kings of Gondor and Arnor, like the Nazgul. They put Gil-galad as the son of Orodreth, which I thought was a controversial decision. Whereas I thought he was the son of Fingon, but Tolkien made a decision later in life. So respect.
All I know
Yeah.
is Gilgalad was an elven sing, of him the harpers sadly sing.
Gilgalad was his nickname, not his mother or father name. So, anyway,
I look, honestly, I fucking love nerd efforts like
but this
this.
is, yeah, it's even got Teleperion and Laurelin, the two trees of Valinor, and the
Right.
line of trees from Nimloth in Numenor all the way to the trees of Gondor, like,
Nice.
and the house of Durin and Durin's line, and it's just nerd boner. Like, how cool
Yeah.
is that?
Yeah.
Kings of Numenor
I
and the
love
House of Elros.
That
nerd
sounds
shit.
lots, man.
It's so awesome, color coded for your
Yeah.
pleasure.
Nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Nice. I like
Lots.
that.
How
It's kind of like
awesome is that?
the capitalist argument that people will never do anything without a profit motive, and stuff like that, and Wikipedia, and what people do in Minecraft, and the number of creators on YouTube and other social. Like, I'm sorry, guys, that argument doesn't hold up. Give people freedom and to indulge their passions,
Yes.
and they will do incredible things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Safa, that's a fun
Absolutely.
one. Remember when you had to pay for web browsers?
Oh,
yeah,
I've
kind of
never
sorely.
paid for a web browser.
You didn't really have to, but theoretically, you were meant to pay for a web browser. But
That was a long time ago.
that was
though,
the
like,
90s. That was the 90s.
yeah.
There was I forget what it was called, but it was on one of the streaming services a couple of years ago. It was a dramatization of the early days of the browser wars, like up to when Microsoft killed Netscape, essentially. And it mixed up interviews that were like conducted now with the key players in the thing, and then actors playing them in the 90s and dramatizing the stuff that happened. And it was actually really quite good. And because it really dived into just the overt criminality of Microsoft. It's just,
Oh God.
and it was
Yeah.
like, the Netscape people were this close to really pulling off this major coup. And then Microsoft literally went, we are going to destroy that company with our money, and we don't care what it takes. We're going to kill them, which is actual criminal behavior under US law.
Mhm.
And they did it anyway. And they ended up paying hundreds of millions of dollars in fines, and it didn't matter. They destroyed Netscape. But again, their victory was fleeting. Because in the 90s and probably the early 2000s, anyone doing a startup was paranoid Microsoft would notice them and try to destroy them. That hasn't been a thing since the early noughties. Now it's literally you'll get bought. Facebook or Google or Apple will legit buy you for a stupid amount of money.
It's TikTok.
But in a good
Yeah.
way, not in a bad way that
Yeah.
Microsoft used to do.
Yeah. And again, that old joke from that very early Simpsons thing with Homer with his global compu hyper mega net.
Let's buy him out, boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
when these thug nerds come in and smash everything, and Homer's going, but I thought you were going to buy me. And Bill Gates is going, I didn't get to be a billionaire by signing checks. So funny.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Because it was just a joke version of, no, Bill Gates just destroys people.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. And yes, Safa, that's what Microsoft did. They made Explorer free, which destroyed Netscape.
They made it free, and then they bundled it with Windows. So your mum and pop just
and that was where
used it.
they lost money in an antitrust suit, because it was like, oh yeah, that is a blatant breach of antitrust laws. And they were fined millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, but which was like 0.1% on their balance sheet, and they were like, tee-hee, we destroyed a threat to our company and paid virtually no fucking penalty for it. But then they got smashed by, no one saw Google coming.
Yeah.
There were the stories, the lads, Larry and Sergey, tried to sell their search engine, and they were going to sell it for like $1 million or something. And no one wanted to buy it because they said, you can't make money off search. That's dumb. We've got search engines. And then some slightly visionary investors said, maybe there's something to it. And they bought in. And then Google takes over the goddamn world. I love how their slogan used to be
data.
Their slogan used to be "Don't be evil," and that got totally ditched about like 5 or 10 years ago because they went, "Oh, but being evil makes you money."
That's TikTok.
Morally grey makes you money.
Yeah, or morally black in various things.
Yeah. Yes. Morally black dripping with blood.
Yeah. A joke with someone the other day about Dungeons and Dragons alignments. And as like a simplistic view is lawful good is the best, like a paladin is pure and whatnot. And I went, no. The lawful part, the 2 bits of the advanced Dungeons and Dragons alignment. The first bit, lawful, neutral, or is it chaotic? It's chaotic, yeah. Lawful, neutral, chaotic is how you regard authority. Lawful is you bow to authority.
And freedom.
Yeah, authority and freedom.
Freedom and
lawful
authority,
is you bow to authority and rules. Chaotic is fuck rules. The second bit is how you think about life and people. So it's good.
It's your ethics.
I don't want to hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt people. Neutral is shit happens. Evil is fuck anyone who gets in my way. And so I always say to people like, beware of anyone who's lawful good, because there are few things more dangerous than a dictator who thinks God's on their side.
Yes.
So fuck paladins, man. Paladins were the fucking worst.
Well, just
I was always
the way that
good.
it's the way people played paladins was the worst. People used to call them lawful stupid for a good reason. People just were the worst.
I had a friend at uni in our D&D group, and his preferred one was lawful evil because you could just fuck with people, and he played it really well. And because I was always chaotic good, and I made a joke once, like, why would you even be in a group with me? You know, I'm chaotic good. And he just went, it's a means to an end. And I was just like, oh my God, you're playing that so well. It's just like, Jesus.
Yike.
He was like, yeah, a real fascist will use anyone to attain their goals. And it's just like, wowzers, you're real good at this, dude, which is scary. Someone playing lawful evil and enjoying it, because the Nazis were lawful evil, and it's just like
they were also very religious.
Yeah, the rank and file were kind of lawful neutral, but the leaders were lawful evil, and it's just like I was always chaotic good. It's like fuck the rules, but don't hurt people who don't deserve to be hurt. But if someone deserves to be hurt, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Let's fuck them up. I went down in notoriety in our college group when someone we saved from certain death tried to fuck us over on the reward, and everyone just was trying to start a fight and kill everyone in the room. And I'm like, calm down. No, we're going to sort this out. My character had a crossbow, and I just said to the dungeon master, like, my crossbow's cocked, okay, but I'm not pointing it at anyone. It's just pointing at the ground. I'm calming everyone down. We're not going to have a fight. And I walked up to the merchant and said, look, you were in an orc dungeon. They're about to eat you. You made promises. We got you here. You seem to not be honoring your promises. That's a question of concern for us. And the DM played him really well, and he was just a smarmy fuck. And I went, cool. And I said, I raise my crossbow, pointed at his face, and say, go ahead, make my day. And everyone just that just got a good laugh from everyone. And then we had a huge fight, and were banished from that town forever because we set the guy's store on fire. But it's like the running joke, like, what spell do you use in a closed space? Fireball! You're in a closed space. Fuck it, fireball!
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother.
in
My brother did that once.
In 5th edition, they specifically changed the rules to make fireballs not like explode to fill to expand out beyond that 20-foot range, because way too many low-level wizards with a wand of fireballs killed themselves in 1st and 2nd edition, myself included, many times.
Yeah. I remember one of the modules, I forget which one it was, but you had to go through a really complicated underground warren of caves, which I know is not narrowing it down. But there was a bit that where the DM's meant to hint to the people, the air's really stale. It's a little bit hard to breathe, a bit short of breath and whatnot. And it's because there was really poor air circulation, so there was not much oxygen. So there's basic thing like, if someone used a fire spell, it burned up all the oxygen in the room. Like, they weren't getting killed by fire damage. They just were suffering damage because they used up all the oxygen with the fires. It was really clever. Like, you just dropped all these hints to the people. There's not much air down here. You really don't want to use fire. And someone goes, fireball. And it's like, okay, now roll this. That's how much damage you just took. But it was cut. Yeah, no, the fire didn't get you. You're just lying on the floor gasping and rolling around. I'm like, there's no air down here. You do little things like you've got a flaming torch and it's guttering and going really low and not working very well. So, because there wasn't much oxygen.
Yeah.
It was a fun little twist. I liked that one.
I recently had in my D&D game, the party was underground. I'm the GM. I'm the DM, and the party's underground, and they can hear rushing water, and they find. Long story short, they find two ends of an underground river, and one end is like really wide. It's like 30-foot wide, because everything in D&D is feet. Like everything's a 5-foot square. So it's 30-foot wide. Right, and it's like it's moving pretty quickly, but like you could swim it if you had to, like. And anyway, they go around the corner, like go through like this underground cave, and they find at the other end of the same river is only like 15 feet wide. But, right. So I get them to roll. I get them to roll like a survival roll to try and figure this out, and everyone rolls the worst rolls in their life. Like
critical fails.
Everyone, and they don't figure it out, because what it is that all that water funnels in and becomes like this death trap of water. The most dangerous river in the world is this quiet little brook in England. And it's like this wide, and the stream like has cut this like underground cave, and there's so much water rushing through it, and people have like just like jumped in and have never been seen again. And because like people have like put GoPros on string, and it just gets and taken away, and two of the people in my group are from England, like, but also they're quite switched on. But I got them to roll. They didn't figure it out, and they had their first party death in the group. And they jumped, failed their jump check, sploosh, gone. It wasn't an insta kill, but it was.
But it was over.
It was over. Yeah. So
I like this one
classic D&D.
From Noog. The CIA is over the evil spectrum, depending what program. Yes, sometimes they're lawful evil, but there's no doubt that occasionally the CIA are chaotic evil because they just do shit that makes no sense. They're just like really disruptive and chaotic, but unquestionably evil. But I think their preferred form of operation is lawful evil, and I think they like to see themselves as true neutral, but they're not.
Their PR is basically we're lawful evil, like or lawful neutral. We're lawful neutral, but in reality, they're closer to neutral evil, bordering on chaotic evil.
Yeah, no, it depends how badly they run their operation. That 90% of what they do is somewhere between lawful and neutral evil, but occasionally shit just goes off the rails and it's chaotic. Yes, MK Ultra. MK Ultra is definitely getting into chaotic evil territory.
Yeah,
actually, some of that might have been chaotic neutral, but it was just very weird. The stuff they did under MK Ultra was very, very, very weird. It ranged between naive exploration and, as Nug says, utter bastard eviltry.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yep, for sure.
I just have to go for a sec. I'll be back.
Me, I'm drinking soda water because I'm a responsible citizen. Not like Pat has been knocking back beers all day. I'm just throwing it out
one
there.
Beer. One beer.
Yeah, okay.
One beer.
What? Okay. I don't know. I'm just alcohol, the devil's drink. I'm just drinking water, okay? And that's all I drink, and no one has any evidence to the contrary. So
I saw that yesterday.
Nah, that was someone else. That's
you. I saw you.
No.
Yeah.
I think you've confused me with someone else. Alcohol. Oh no, sorry.
I saw that, my friend.
Pat's suddenly going to bring up evidence. Video. Who are you going to believe? Me, or the lion video that Pat brings up on his phone?
No, on YouTube.
It's special effects. It's computer generated. Pat is an evil genius with a supercomputer who just fakes all this video where he photoshops my water and makes it look like
water.
You do. No. All I was drinking. No. I'm going on the record now. Pat's an evil genius, and he photoshops video of me drinking water and makes it look like I'm drinking alcohol. I'm going to say,
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
I don't know. It's like, I wouldn't allow alcohol in my house. Okay? It's the devil's drink.
You're gonna drink there.
No, wait. See, Pat's doing that. Pat's photoshopping my live stream. See, no. No alcohol. No, I have no alcohol. See, Pat. that was Pat using his computer genius skills to.
No, that's you.
No. I just think Pat's just trying to make me look bad. I would never allow alcohol in my house. It's the devil's drink. So it's good. No, that's a fun one. Havana syndrome. That's this weird thing that Americans who work in their various spy syndromes came up with. I don't know, they were getting drugged or something, whether in Havana, and it was just weird. It was just some weird shit they came up with to claim sickness benefits. It was so strange. Again, America, the evil empire. I don't remember who said that first. Did America call the Soviets the evil empire, or did the Soviets call America the evil empire? I don't remember who did it first. So I guess we're on the internet. I should look it up. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? The racy affair Liz Truss had with a member of parliament. What is this shit? Liz Truss had an affair with Mark Field in 2006 with her
That's you.
political mentor.
That's
18-month rendezvous. Sorry, what are you saying, Pat?
That's
Did you
you.
have an affair with? Did you have an affair
That's
with the
you.
British Prime Minister,
That's
Pat?
you.
For you to admit that, and okay, it's out there now.
No, I'm
Pat
good.
had an affair with Liz Truss. Oh my God!
No, that's you, Lid.
If she hadn't already been brought down as Prime Minister, this would bring down the Tory party. Pat, how many years did you carry on your illicit affair with British Prime Minister
No,
Truss?
it's you.
2 years. Is that what you're saying? 2 years.
No,
Okay.
I think you.
No, dude, you said it. You admitted to it.
No, I
You
didn't say that.
No,
That's
you
what I
admitted.
said.
You
It's
admitted.
you.
You admitted. I was just reading a news story. Then you come out and admitted you had an affair with Liz Truss. My
No,
God.
it's you.
Okay. So Field's wife filed for divorce, citing his affair with Truss. That's wild. I mean, I don't care, but who was the evil empire? Okay. The Soviet Union. Okay. Ronald Reagan described the Soviet Union as the evil empire. Okay. So yeah, okay. No, you were right. It was Ronald Reagan. So yes, the lettuce wins again. But what is very intriguing to me is Pat's affair with Liz Truss lasted longer than a lettuce. It's on the record now, mate. It's out there. It's on the public record. You've admitted to it. An extended affair with Liz Truss. Look, I'm not shocked. You're an adult. She's an adult. You're allowed to make these decisions.
Yeah, I'm a girlfriend. Rachel.
I'm judging you. I think like Pat's desperately trying to. It's like he's trying to find dirt on me on the internet. It's like no.
Oh, did I? You did my brother.
Oh yeah, no. Reagan ruined everything. Reagan literally ruined everything. Everything went to shit because of Reagan. Fucking neoliberalism, trickle down economics, all the shit that fucking did us over. It's difficult to overstate just how bad Ronald Reagan was. He was bad. How bad was he? Very bad. That is how bad. But that's a whole thing. Oh God, I was just looking at the search engines. There's a bunch of Back to the Future stuff because it's Back to the Future Day. Oh goodness me! Oh, that soda water is making me a bit gassy, but that's okay. Let's see.
Yeah, big here.
I'm now going to look up the news headlines. I just wonder how long it's going to take the media to pick up the story that I've broken wide tonight about Pat's affair with Liz Truss.
Shut up, Brad.
It's real. Okay, so floods. We're going to get rid of coal in Victoria, which is nice. Okay, gross. I don't want murder stories. Oh. Okay, there's no fun. Oh God, fucking cyber hacks. I'm a Medibank customer. Medibank's had a fucking brutal hack. So all my personal details are out there. Fuck that. Oh God, I hate media reports on Harry and Meghan. That's just fucked. Yeah, Energy Australia got a cyber attack. I love the thing from The Age for the upcoming state election. Dan Andrews' secret weapon is the guy he's running against. It's kind of like, yes, traditionally in politics, our sitting premier, Daniel Andrews, would have a hard time in this, his third election. And because there's been a lot of, lockdowns and everything were terrible and whatnot. But why he's going to win is because the opposition is terrible. So it's not a vote for Dan Andrews is awesome. It's a vote for wow, the Liberal Party sucks. So he's going to win and probably win. Oh, no, I didn't hear. Is the DeLorean company back? God, there's some weird shit about the DeLorean company as well. The guy it was named after, he was convicted of something or other. Oh, could the next bull run be coming for Bitcoin? Fucking hell, man. Crypto is such a shitstorm. It's just, yeah. Is crypto a scam? Yes. Is everything a scam? Yes. But you don't want to put any money into crypto that you can't afford to lose. Labor backs right to disconnect from work. Fuck yeah. I absolutely disconnect from work. See if there's anything good in here. Oh, what caused an ear-splitting noise in Melbourne's East last night? I didn't hear that. What was it? I'm intrigued. Huge boom. Some residents thought was something blowing up was heard in Kew last night. Came from Kew Recreation Centre on High Street. Some people thought it was an earthquake. The roof caved in. That's probably because of the rain. A thing under construction. Okay. That's actually kind of boring, quite honestly. But, okay. Noog. John DeLorean, creator of the American muscle car. Well, it's a strange world. Who knows what will happen? Are they going to do an electric car? That's the big question. Okay. Is there any other news? Yes, the Melbourne City CEO resigned because he's done dodgy shit. Yeah, rain. A microscopic photo of an ant's face is scary. Yes, we agree. Wow, $1,200 headphones. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. You saw
Kanye West's widow. Sorry, Pat, what was that?
You saw my dad's car?
What's your dad's car?
It's here.
What sort of car is it? That's just all whited out. Just tell me what sort of car it is.
The horse.
A Bronco?
Right.
A Mustang?
Yep.
Your dad's having a midlife crisis, Pat. He's got a Mustang. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Hello, Dr. Abigail. How's things in your world?
Head up.
So I just got to bear witness to the most amazing thing.
Ooh.
I bought a harness for Will's giant cat, and I haven't been able to put it on him because Will wanted to, and he just did, and it was everything it was cracked up to be.
Wow.
Because cat went bleh.
Oh yes, the cat refused to go along with it.
and then we tried to take him outside, and he was just like, nope.
Yep.
And
I've seen that with cats. Just that. No. If you want to drag me, come on, I'll dare you. Drag me.
Yeah. So
okay, that's funny.
He's not a happy cat right now.
I'll say a bad day.
Speaking of not, you gonna come back? The vet actually says Mimsy is looking a bit better.
Yay!
That's cool.
Yeah, because she's super old. Like Mimsy in human terms is basically 80 years old with like bad arthritis.
Man, they don't
you still soldier on, don't you? Yes, you do.
Yeah, I know old. It's red.
Thanks, Pat. Okay, all right.
I mean, no lies detected.
No. I like. How old am I? I am I can't get up off the lounge without making noise. Hold. It's like get up going.
Yep.
Ah!
This
Me
is
getting up out of a chair. It's just like ah! That's my age. I can't
That's how
move
old you
without
are.
making noises. It's just yeah. No, it's fair. It's up to. I'm thinking there's a physio near. I'm thinking just going in and saying, "Hey," and the physio says, "What's wrong?" And I'm going like, "Everything. Can you fix it?" Um, it's mostly my legs and kind of also my back. So
just my bones and organs.
yeah, bones, joints,
Yeah.
organs. None of them are happy. My hair hurts
Yeah.
sometimes. Uh,
Connective tissue.
yeah,
Yep.
but it's mostly my legs. And this is interesting because I finished listening to the Gabor Mate audiobook, and he poses an interesting thing. How the idea of separating mind and body doesn't make sense. How you feel, what you go through, mental and physical trauma affects your health and well-being. This all makes perfect sense. And like when he's working with people, it's often he goes to what is there either in your life today or in your past that might have affected you in a way that could manifest like this. And so I'm going to re-listen to that bit of the book where he actually has some exercise you go through. But I'm thinking like, yeah, why would what psychological aspects could there be behind my legs hurting so much? And I think what it is, and I'm just going to be a little bit raw and honest here, is because I'm okay, physically, because I'm overweight, my legs have to work harder because of that. But again, on the psychological side, I think there is an element of sort of self-loathing and not like I should lose weight and I'm too lazy to lose weight. And there could be a psychological element there. It's like, yes, so my body hurts because I'm a lazy slug who won't lose this weight. I think that could be it. I'm going to think about it a bit more.
That's heavy.
The
That's
book
deep.
was really good and very interesting. It occasionally gets into woo-woo territory. And again, I don't think Gabor Mate is a liar. He's a medical doctor. He's a GP with 50 years experience. And he's a very big believer in you need to address the psychological elements. But then he tells these stories about people who had terminal diagnoses, like terrible physical maladies. And doctors are just like, yeah, you're going to die. We need to cut out a bunch of your organs. And the people refused to do it. And they came to terms with the illness and embraced it. And impossibly, they recovered. And he raises this point where he says, like, these doctors won't even talk to these people about, I refuse treatment, I'm going to cure myself. And it's the one bit
Okay.
of the book that probably aggravated me. And I was like, you don't seem to have gone. You're saying these doctors is just. And look, anyone who's got chronic or even acute illness, be it physical or mental or both, will have stories about medical people being fuckwits to them. It just is.
Yeah.
But he's going like, I have no idea why. Why didn't you ask one of them? Because particularly with cancer, with oncologists, if you went to them and said, why won't you talk to or indulge someone who says, I healed myself? Because I'm quite sure their answer would be, for every one of your miracle cures, I have 100 people who are dead because they refused treatment when they had a treatable illness. And so fuck it. Like, yeah, okay, you want to bring out this one person, and I believe you're telling the truth. I believe they embraced the whole situation, and it was their attitude towards it is how they had this impossible against the odds recovery. Yep, but for every one of those, I've got at least 100 people who had a treatable illness who refused treatment and fucking died. And that was the one bit of the book that aggravated me. I thought that was very unfair. I thought broadly what he was saying about medical people being sort of too narrow and too blinkered and not really asking patients about what their life was like and what they were feeling and what they'd experienced and what trauma might be informing the illness they have now. I think all of that sounded really solid, but I just thought, I feel like you're copying out there. Oh, also, he has this really broad definition of addiction, which I'm probably going to get wrong, but it's like, it's basically anything that you rely on because it gives you a positive feeling or an escape, but long-term has a negative effect on you or someone else. So this is where you get things like, so internet addiction or gaming addiction or porn addiction is real by this definition. And I get where he's coming from. So from that very particular definition he has, those things are all negative and destructive. But when he was talking about this stuff, like, yeah, you know, social media is awful and destructive and kids on screens, blah, blah. But some of the time it's like, dude, you are just coming across like an old man who doesn't understand kids. And the other bit that really grated on me when he was talking about pornography, internet pornography, he quoted Gail Dines, and I don't know if anyone's heard of her, but she's fucking terrible. She is an awful, awful, awful person. She basically thinks all sex work should be illegal. She refuses to engage with anyone engaged in consensual sex work because she doesn't believe it's possible for someone to do it consensually, which is, again, the sex work industry is obviously rife with terrible shit. But honestly, there's nothing bad you can say about sex work that I wouldn't apply to all work. Some people feel trapped into it. Yeah, they do. Some people feel exploited and abused by the people who work. Yeah, they do. But yeah, Gail Dines is fucking terrible. And again, Gabor Mate quoted her and did not include anyone who would be of the opinion Gail Dines is full of shit. And when he said this stuff about, oh yeah, doctors won't even talk to these people who self-heal, it's going, yeah, but you didn't talk to them either, did you? Because I'm quite sure of what they would say. And I actually felt good about that because it's like, God, I don't want to end up in a cult. Me taking exception to some elements here made me think, oh God, my critical thinking facilities are still intact. Because I'm not just swallowing it and going, yes, Gabor, you're my new God. I'm going to follow everything you say. So, Pat, you're my new God, okay? I will follow everything except the fact that you had an affair with Liz Truss. I could see that's why.
What?
He did.
It was you?
No, Pat actually admitted to having an affair with Liz Truss.
Damn.
Not
even I would go there.
I was shocked.
Damn.
I mean, you know, sometimes on these streams, we just uncover some wild shit.
Yeah, that's shocking.
Can you imagine if we don't even have AZ here and we're still uncovering just wild shit? I mean, if AZ was here, it'd be out of control because he would insist on telling us all the politicians he'd had affairs with, which would be a long list. That would be a very long list. I think John Howard would be on there, and
Molly Meldrum would be on there for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think Tony Abbott would be on there, but that would be a whole thing with water sports and humiliation. Tony Abbott's the sub. Tony Abbott is the sub.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now I want to message AZ and said, sorry, we're talking about how many politicians, but it's really late and he might be asleep. And he has such trouble sleeping. I always feel guilty at the possibility of waking him up. Might be the first time he slept in 3 days and I wake him up and I'm like, no. That's why I always tell him, like, no, man, you have to contact me. I'm really iffy about contacting you because I'm worried it's the one moment in 3 days you've been asleep and I wake you up. So you have to remember to contact me or I think you're dead. And that's been like the last 10 years of interacting with AIDSy. I have to keep telling him, like, dude, if I don't hear from you for a week, I start thinking you're dead. So you need to just text me or something.
Are you on like a list of people to call in case of death?
I'm honestly not sure. But I did promise him that I would, if I do outlast him, because again, I think the universe is evil and cruel, and he might outlast me. But if I outlast him, I did promise to speak at his funeral. And the first thing I would say was, "Did anybody check?" I'm just saying. Look, I've got a pin. If no one objects, I'm going to open the coffin and I'm going to stab him a couple times. Is everyone on board with that? Because
it's fair.
He might still be with us, you know. And he was on board with that.
Today.
He said I should absolutely do that. So
right, I'll go there.
Literally, and if anyone ever told me AIDSy was dead, like a doctor, I'd go, "Are you sure? Did you check?" What do you
need
think?
To really check hard.
Just go back. Just go back to. He's in the morgue. Yeah. Okay. Fine. But just pull the tray out. Poke him a couple of times. I'm just saying.
Really got to make sure.
Yeah, because he should have been many, many times. So just because you think he is, you should check. You should just go back and check. You might get a weird scream coming from your morgue because the attendant will just like open a tray and he'll sit up.
Yep.
You know,
dead man.
Yeah. Ray's has got it. You tickle the feet. I think we could tickle the feet and see if he giggles. Yeah, but
although his feet nowadays, like
there may be no sensation. That's why I'm just saying a pin. Just poke him a couple times.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm taking that from Red too. I love the movie Red. If you've never seen it, it's based on a comic. It's
I saw that.
Old spies: Bruce Willis, Helen Mirren, and a couple of others. Who are the others? Jesus, Morgan
John
Freeman
Malkovich.
and John Malkovich. It's like old retired spies, and Red actually stands for retired extremely dangerous, which is like scary CIA killers who actually survive to retirement age, but their file still says they're very dangerous. Be careful. And Bruce Willis's character is Red, retired extremely dangerous. Red 2, he attends the funeral of a friend, and he actually gets this needle and stabs it through his. And people are going, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he's going, "I've got to be sure." And the body does move. See, he's not.
Yeah, I saw that.
What's wrong with you? Turns out the guy's not dead, and he can actually resist reacting to being stabbed with this needle multiple times.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's a Red.
I haven't seen that one.
Red
is seen the second one.
Red 2 is pretty good, but Red is very good. It's a very funny movie.
Can I get the pig?
Can I get the pig?
I saw Red 2. It was wicked.
Yeah, Red 2 is pretty good. It's not as good as Red, but Helen Mirren is in the hell yes I would category.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, Helen Mirren can get it. It's just like yeah. But she's so funny in it because she's just this dainty older English lady. And she's an assassin. She's just a killer. It's just like and she's so good. Just her whole behavior, because she's so elegant. There's a one bit at the thing with the vice president where they're setting up, and she's walking towards a security guy. He's just this huge burly guy, and she's just this elegant older lady, And he's going, ma'am, you can't come here. And he's going, and she's going, it's all right. It's all right. And she goes, ma'am, you can't be here. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Ma'am, I'm going to have to treat you. And he's trying to be gentle and saying, I'm going to have to treat you as a threat if you don't go away, ma'am. And she just like thumps him in the neck and takes it. And it's just so funny because the guy's being so condescending. Ma'am, I'm going to have to treat you as a threat if you don't walk away. And then she fucks him up. It's just
man.
And she's just so believable when she does it as well. She's so good. Oh God, no, Heine. AD might say to a hospital, use my corpse as a teaching aid. The hospital's going to say, toxic waste. What the fuck? And then she's like, this guy? No. We have no idea what's kept him alive for so long, but we don't want it loose in the hospital, for God's sake. It's just like, oof. Thanks for sharing, Pat. Let's go.
Oh, I know that.
Oh, dude. Okay. That's okay.
All
All right. Oh, I'm trying to think. Okay. That's only it's actually 11:30. That's okay. I'm feeling pretty good. Safa, there won't be Red 3. No. Oh, God. Okay. Now, that brings in a weird thing. The story that only came out this year about Bruce Willis, because in the last couple of years, an absurd number of shitty films with Bruce Willis in the lead, like 10 came out in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And it turns out Bruce Willis actually has a health disorder that meant he didn't actually really know what was going on around him. And people were exploiting him and just put him in these movies. And some of the stories were like he couldn't read a script or understand a script. So he had an earpiece in and someone was just saying, say XYZ. And he'd say it. And it's just freaky and unsettling and disturbing that
I hadn't heard that he was being exploited. I heard that he was just doing like a bunch of movies for his retirement.
Yep.
Like a retirement fund, but
it
could be you could be right. Like I don't know.
No, there were multiple articles that I forget. Okay, now I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, please do.
We'll look it up. Bruce Willis illness diagnosis. Okay. Aphasia. Okay, they're saying he has aphasia. Okay. Bruce Willis's declining cognitive state. Swirled around. Okay, sorry, this web page is acting fucking weird. So yes, okay, so in March this story came out. Oh Jesus, the number of sites who fucking jag up if you've got an ad blocker on. It's really shit. Oh no, okay. Sorry. I'm going to look up Bruce Willis exploitation.
We should call them Bruce-ploitation movies.
Yes, Bruce-ploitation movies. Honestly, that's really good. So, Bruce Willis was exploited by movie producers who kept casting him in films even though he wasn't able to remember his lines or perform because of aphasia. Los Angeles Times did an expose on movie producer Randall Emmett, accused the 51-year-old of defrauding investors, rampant drug use, tackling his ex-fiancée, and offering acting roles for sexual favors. Yeah, so he's a low-rent fucking Harvey Weinstein. Was directing Willis, couldn't get him to kick in a door. Left in frustration And Willis said, "Did I do something wrong?" So, yeah. So people believe that, the movie types were exploiting him, and he didn't even know what was going on. So, hey, social informed media, by the way, you know what I'm talking about. Yes. There's aphasia, motor skills, can't remember scripts. So, Dr. Abigail, Heine says he's going down a rabbit hole with his paper. He's made a polygon as both area and circumference of a circle. Heine is definitely going down a maths rabbit hole there.
Oh, dear. Wow.
So, yes, part of the
Better
reason...
you than me.
Part of the reason all these Bruce Willis action films have churned out in the last couple of years is his aphasia. He didn't even really know what was going on, and they exploited him to get his name on these movies so they'd get distribution. Like, it's freaky. They were coming out every other month. There would be another Bruce Willis film come out every other month. It was really weird.
And most of them, he was barely in. Like, he'd been in for a couple of scenes.
Yeah, well, because he wasn't capable of doing much at all. I was tempted to watch a couple of them because there are so many of them. I was tempted.
They're not great.
Not
great.
Just to see how bad.
Red Letter Media did a review of them. They're
okay.
awful.
Yeah,
you're not missing anything.
Yeah. Actually, okay, kind of left field. One of the things I watch heaps of on YouTube are trailers for movies and TV shows. So get them. There's a new one with Tom Hanks where he's playing an extremely grumpy guy. And it's doubtless going to end in this saccharine sweet thing of he gets redeemed by this struggling family who make him find his heart. But from the trailer I saw, it looks like Tom Hanks is having an enormous amount of fun being a grumpy, antisocial piece of shit because he's got such a nice guy image. It feels like Tom Hanks is really enjoying playing this thing where he gets to be grumpy and awful for 3/4 of the movie before he's redeemed. I think the last quarter of the movie is probably going to suck, but the first 3/4 where he's grumpy and obnoxious kind of looks funny. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, that's a low blow on Tom Hanks' social informed media, bringing up Bonfire of the Vanities. Oh God, that's a crossover. That's Bruce Willis and Tom Hanks in just
I don't understand that
colossal bomb. Bonfire of the Vanities. I read the book. It was a very good book. It was a 90s Wall Street and media crossover thing. The book was very good. Was a huge hit. And they made a film, and the two main characters, this is in the 90s, were going to be Tom Hanks and Bruce Willis. Should have been a shoe-in. The movie was a fucking disaster. It was terrible. It was such a huge bomb. I've seen bits of the movie. I've never sat down and watched all of it because it's not bad enough to be entertaining. It's just kind of shit.
Yep.
But yeah, I read the book. The book was quite good. It's a Tom Wolfe book. But yeah, it was so funny because huge best-selling book, movie version in the 90s with Tom Hanks and Bruce Willis, should have just boffo box office, but it was just really bad. It was really bad. Yeah, that's fucking bad. But yeah, okay. Now, can I say a good Bruce Willis? Oh well, Red's a good Bruce Willis movie. That's how we got onto it.
There are a ton of good Bruce Willis.
Yeah, no, he did heaps. In fact, here's the thing. back in the 90s, I was a bit of a Damon Wayans fan. I thought he was very funny and did some good movies. He did Last Boy Scout with Bruce Willis, which I thought was pretty good. And then he did a film with Adam Sandler, and I think it was called Bulletproof. And Adam Sandler was not a big star at that point. Damon Wayans was the star. Adam Sandler was the co-star, and Adam Sandler was fucking great in this movie. Like, I remember watching it and going, this guy's great. Who's he? Like, I was only watching this because it was a Damon Wayans movie, but this guy, Adam Sandler's really good. And then, of course, you know, he goes on and be huge. And he's funny because it's like about half of his films are shit. Half of them are pretty good. And about 1 in 5 are actually really good. Yeah, it's like when he occasionally does those dramatic turns and you're like, okay, that's really weird. You did this stupid comedy last year where you were mugging for the camera and overacting everything and doing a stupid voice, and it was quite embarrassing to watch. And now you're doing this that has depth and emotional engagement. And it's like, Jesus, how is this the same guy? Because the divergence in his career is pretty wild. Yeah, that's Hollywood. It's a wild old time. But yeah, okay. Sorry, we're just going to this movie. I'm trying to think of, can I now just jump laterally again and talk about a slightly related but completely unrelated?
Is it about Star Trek or Lord of the Rings?
We should do Star Trek. We haven't talked about Star Trek for a while. There's apparently going to be another movie with the young cast. They've been trying to make it happen for years.
I thought they just like disbanded at this point.
No, I read a thing that they had got to the stage where they'd signed the key people on, and they were going to do it. Yeah, it remains to be seen if it really will happen. But I love those movies. Like, some people hate them, some people tolerate them. I really like them. The first one I thought was particularly good. Eric Bana as the bad guy, he was so fucking good as Nero. I fucking loved him. Again, the one where Benedict Cumberbatch is playing Khan is kind of funny because, yet again, why are you not actually having an Indian person play Khan? At least in the TV series, it was, you know, someone of olive-skinned complexion who was playing Khan. But I really liked Benedict Cumberbatch as Khan, the racial thing notwithstanding. I'm getting the vibe Dr. Abigail did not like Benedict Cumberbatch as Khan.
No, I literally just had a conversation with someone about this today.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a raw nerve. But
that's
no,
fair.
I did not like.
That's fair.
I did not like Benedict Cumberbatch as Khan. Yeah, it's like the whole thing. Like, they didn't need to make Star Trek 2 again. They didn't.
Which it's kind of what they did. Yes. Yeah.
It's what they did, and like, they didn't have to make all of space travel redundant with like a plot device. The interstellar transporter. They didn't. Like it.
Yeah.
J.J. Abrams shouldn't have been let loose on Star Trek at all.
Which, again, that's fine. That's completely legit. I like it.
Yeah.
And the third one.
You're welcome to your wrong opinion.
Exactly, and that's fine. I can embrace my wrong opinion. The third one had some very silly stuff, but honestly, I forgive everything because the Beastie Boys saved the universe, and that will never not be funny to me.
I dug that. As a Star Trek fan, I dug that. I thought that was awesome.
Just using the Beastie Boys to save the universe.
A callback to the first movie.
Yeah.
I
It
really
was a
like
callback
this
to that
song.
first one. Good choice.
Yeah.
Again, that they kind of got about halfway there with that female character. It's like she's a good independent. She lived and survived for ages, but still, for some reason, apparently needed Kirk to rescue her at a critical moment.
Yeah.
Whatevs. But just that bit when they said, like, okay, we're going to use a sonic thing to kill these drones, and Scotty says to her, if you pick something, and she goes, yes, I've got the beats and the shouting, and and puts it on when it plays, and Kirk just goes, yeah, good choice. And literally just using the Beastie Boys to blow. Because you can get that clip on YouTube, just that clip, and I will occasionally do it. I'll just go into YouTube and search Star Trek Beastie Boys, and just that 5-minute sequence of setting it up and playing the Beastie Boys Sabotage to save the universe. I fucking love it. Again, that's my least favorite of those 3 movies, but I forgive everything because the Beastie Boys save the universe. It's just so good.
Agreed. Hard agree.
Oh, God, it's so funny. Safi, you're talking about J.J. Abrams let loose. Yeah, J.J. Abrams has probably let loose a bit too much on Star Wars as well. But we seem to be on a winner. Actually, okay, let's go Star Wars now with Andor on.
I haven't watched any Andor.
Watch it. I think I found the world building compelling. Like it was really big to me. It's really big on setting stuff up.
Okay.
And I actually thought their world building, which lasts several episodes, I thought it was really compelling. I've seen some people complain, nothing happens. And I was going, not everything has to be an action sequence, you fuckhead. It's just the world building I found really compelling. And again, what I like is because it's the setup. Because in Rogue One, you have Andor saying, we've all done terrible things. And that's why Rogue One is the best Star Wars, because it's the only one that has said being part of the rebellion would involve you doing fucked up shit, because you can't overthrow galactic fascism without doing some fucking messed up stuff. And Andor is potentially going to give you a window into that. Because again, even in, some people forget your introduction to Cassian Andor in Rogue One.
Straight up murders someone.
He murders someone who's on his side because the dude's injured and stormtroopers are coming, and he goes, I can't afford for this guy to get caught because he'll rat someone else out. He murders someone on his own side. And it's like, well, Jesus, what do you go through to get to that point? Also, in the apparently, because I remember from the trailer, Forrest Whitaker's character,
Saul Guerrero.
Saul Guerrero comes into Andor. I haven't seen the most recent episode, so I don't know if he's coming in, but he was in one of the trailers. So somewhere a younger Saul Guerrero comes in, and Saul Guerrero is the extremist. Saul Guerrero is just like, yeah, I'm just going to fucking kill motherfuckers. And so by the time of Rogue One, the rest of the rebellion has disowned Saul Guerrero because he's fairly extreme in his views and his tactics. And we're going to get to see a somewhat younger Saul Guerrero interact with Cassian Andor.
Yeah.
And I'm fucking here for that. I want to see what happens between them and what they do. Because Rogue One and now Andor are the only Star Wars things that have really explored the human cost of that stuff. Because everything else has been this epic hero stuff, which I love. The hero's journey and whatnot. There's a reason we love hero's journey stories.
Well, if you love the hero's journey so much, why don't you marry it?
I would, particularly if Luke Skywalker was in it.
That's gay.
No, not Luke Skywalker. If Poe Dameron was in it, I would marry him.
Oh, well, of course. Yeah. Well, that's less gay.
Yeah. It's not gay. Okay.
It's a
Bouncing
little
off
gay.
Isaac is not being gay or hetero. It's just being a person.
It's just a part of the human condition.
It's a state of being. There's like no one's lesbian enough and no dude is straight enough to resist. There's a few people on that list. Taika Waititi, he's up there.
Oh, tick.
Yeah, let's just go through the bingo card. Actually, that's
Taika
probably it.
Waititi. Well, you haven't mentioned an old fashioned yet.
No. I'm not going to have sex with an old fashioned though.
No, but like,
I was just referring to.
oh, you're referring to the just the sex part. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
And there's a bunch of other guys I can acknowledge are very pretty, but you know they're not necessarily going to turn me. Because again, I've always found it funny guys who are too insecure to admit that another man's good looking. I've always found that really funny. It's like, why? I'm not gay. You don't have to be gay to appreciate aesthetics, man. And it's just like, it just really feels like you're suppressing something if you say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
like
saying.
you're protesting very hard there, mate. Like,
yeah. I don't know what that's about.
hard.
Actually, I'm starting to suspect what that's about. But so you know, it's a whole thing. Oh look, again, yeah, Hugh Jackman. Again, I love Hugh Jackman for making both Wolverine and Peter Allen credible. The fact that one dude can credibly be Peter Allen in a stage musical and Wolverine, that's pretty amazing. Again, Chris Hemsworth, just an astonishingly attractive person. I'd cuddle Chris Hemsworth. I'm okay. He's not quite got the same hold over me as Taika Waititi or Oscar Isaac.
Chris Hemsworth would hold you down and vigorously cuddle you.
Possibly.
Whereas Taika Waititi would vigorously make love to you.
Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah. I love when you see those pictures from behind the set where they're all napping together and they're all just cuddling. So cute. And they're so unself-conscious. It's so nice. See, Christian Bale's a bit of a weirdie though. Like, yes, Christian Bale has been buff at various times, but also
but he's too method actor for me.
He's a bit weird. Also, oh god, I'm trying to remember his name. God, he's in Peaky Blinders. Is
Cillian Murphy?
Tom Hardy. Again,
Tom Hardy.
I'm not saying Tom Hardy's unattractive. I'm just saying he's a bit too weird. He might be fun to hang out with, but I don't know. He's a bit intense and a bit weird. And it's just like, oh god, speaking of which, like, watching like probably the worst of the Star Trek movies, Nemesis, when it was
Nemesis.
Oh, I don't know. It's a bit all over.
Star Trek 5.
Which one?
The one where they go to the center of the galaxy and meet God, and God needs a starship.
What's it called?
Objectively, I don't even remember.
Okay. See, it's blanking out of my brain too.
Go climb a rock. That is objectively the worst Star Trek movie.
Okay, so, but yeah, I remember it was on once, and I'm thinking
The Final Frontier. Yeah, there we go.
Who the fuck is that?
What?
Sorry. What?
What was what?
Oh, in Nemesis, it's like the kid character who's. Is he a clone of Picard or whatever?
Oh, anyway. The clone of Picard.
And
played by Tom Hardy.
Yeah, but like I'm watching it, and that's Tom Hardy as a teenager before he got big. And I was watching this one point going, who the fuck is that? I know who that is.
He was an adult. He just, at that time, he was just taking a lot of cocaine,
That would
and he was
explain.
just thin as fuck.
He's very skinny.
And he got to a point where he had to stop or die.
Yeah.
And he chose
I-
life and then
Yeah.
put on weight.
Yeah. But I was watching
Healthily.
that and I was thinking, the face, who the fuck is that? I know who that is. Who the fuck is that? And it was doing
Yep.
my head in. And so I went and looked it up and I went, oh my God, it's Tom fucking Hardy. He looks so small. Why is he so small? Because Tom Hardy's big in my book.
Mm-hmm.
And that fucking did my head in. No, Sarthar, Wrath of Khan. Wrath of Khan is god tier Star Trek.
One
movie.
of it's up there. It's like
It
one
is.
of the best.
You
if
can
not,
argue which are the ones are the best, but my personal favorites: Wrath of Khan, First Contact, and The Undiscovered Country. And possibly The Undiscovered Country
Void Chime?
solely for Christopher Plummer as a Klingon reciting Shakespeare is
yes. Yeah.
Perfect. Christopher Plummer and all that makeup is going, cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war.
Yep.
Fucking brilliant.
It was also just a damn good script.
It was just brilliant. The way it all played off. They found an opportunity for peace, but there were elements on all sides who didn't want peace.
Yeah.
And they were subverting
on all sides. Yeah.
On all sides. A Vulcan who was undermining it before she went on to be in Sex in the City. And
yeah, I know, right?
Which is wild. Kim Cattrall was a Vulcan before she was on Sex in the City, which is pretty funny.
And the guy who played Odo in Deep Space Nine was in on it.
Yeah. But it was very good. And there's that great plot twist of making Kirk look bad because Klingons killed his son. How can he trust them?
Yep.
And so they do a really good job of incriminating Kirk, and it all comes together. I love Undiscovered, but probably Wrath of Khan and First Contact. I love the Borg. They're dumb as hell and logically make no sense, but I still love them.
They got even dumber when you introduce a queen. Like that's just they were legit scary until that point.
Yeah. I don't know, although she was a kind of sexy bondage looking thing.
Yeah.
But it's got like my two favorite bits on Star Trek are also the dumbest if you think about them for a minute. At the Borg, which I love, but all this core stuff about the Borg makes no sense. And also Mirror Universe. If you think about it for 5 seconds, makes no sense at all. But I love all the Mirror Universe stuff. I love all the evil people in the evil versions of them in the mirror. I fucking love it. Whether it was the original series, Enterprise, Discovery.
Oh, the double episode of the Mirror Universe in Enterprise is gold standard Star Trek.
It's so good.
So good. Yeah. And the Borg episode in Star Trek Enterprise was legit awesome. Like, yeah.
No, that's the thing. They're my two favorite bits in Star Trek, but if you think about them for 5 seconds, they're dumb as hell. But it's not. Just roll with it.
Just enjoy it. Just enjoy things.
Just go with it. Just go with it. I have to have a toilet. Do you want me to play a video?
Your genitals
to the pressure on you while I have a toilet break?
Oh, I'm gonna have a toilet break too.
All right, so I'm going to play a video while I have a toilet
Pat.
break.
It's all up to Pat.
Man, no, I see.
The stream is yours.
You don't have to run things, Pat. I'm gonna play a video because I really need a toilet break. Where was the last cocktail video I uploaded?
I actually,
yes,
I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm glad I'm wearing my catheter at the moment. Otherwise, I'd be like, I'm not really. I'm not. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, if I do this, go to that channel. All right, I'm going to play my video about distilled Vegemite. Okay, so we'll going to share my screen. YouTube. Okay, so that's all right. It's all there, full screen. I'll full screen it and play it, and it's only 3 minutes. We'll be back soon. G'day, cocktail lovers. I recently shared my misadventures with trying to make a Vegemite flavored vodka. That was me messing about in my kitchen. But would a professional Australian distiller attempt to distill Vegemite? Yes, they would. This was created a little while ago by the Archie Rose Distillery in Sydney, with their mates at Papiseya and Sonoma. We've created a hot buttered toast spirit blended with a generous smear of our favourite yeast extract spreads, served in savoury classics. So they're suggesting like do a Bloody Mary or salty, dirty martini with it. This has basically been impossible to get for a while. It's a very limited thing. You know the say about, a good friend will help you move, a really good friend will help you move bodies, then that friend might remember you helped them move a body and they'll do you a deal, and some more bodies and burials might be involved, but you end up with something that's been impossible to get for a while. And I've been dying to try this on camera. I have not actually tasted this yet. I want you to see my genuine reaction to it on camera. Does it really taste like buttered Vegemite on toast? It actually has a distinctive Vegemite smell, but not in a bad way, not the terrible garbagey way my Vegemite vodka smelled. Of course, now I need to taste it. It's actually quite pleasant. It's certainly got that savoury edge. Even to me, it tastes slightly herbal. And it's in this weird limbo between vodka and gin. I think it doesn't have juniper in it, which is why they didn't call it gin. And of course, it's quite heavily flavored, so they don't call it vodka. So I feel it's like it started as a neutral spirit and then was distilled with the other ingredients, secret as they might be. I guess I need to follow their advice. I'm going to try it in a martini. I'll keep it simple and whip this up quickly. 2 ounces of the Archimite, half an ounce of dry vermouth, 2 dashes of orange bitters, stir that on ice, strain it into a chilled martini glass. And here I have a Vegetini. Let's see if it's better than my Vegemite vodka drink. Actually, the vermouth goes really well. Actually, really pleasant. I was thoroughly expecting this to provoke a reaction similar to my Vegemite vodka. But hey, I guess that's the difference between a professional distiller and some clown messing about in their kitchen. I'm just sharing with you, this is basically impossible to get. If you were my pal, I'd invite you around and you could maybe have a taste, if that was to your fancy. Otherwise, you can just take my word for it. It's actually pretty good. A friend declared a whole bunch of words that are often used with spirits and cocktails to be too wanky to use. But this one definitely has minerality, and Kirsten will doubtless make me do a punishment shot for even saying that word at some point. It's very interesting. Just goes to show there's a lot of creativity in the world of distilling. Look around. You never know what you'll find. Hope you find something good, and I hope to see you here again sometime soon. I'm going to finish off my Vegemite martini, and until I see you again, I'll say cheers. Okay. Oh, what the hell? Stop that. Richard, yes, Back to the Future. It's Back to the Future Day today, and I just had to have a little comfort stop. I think everyone took advantage of it. Patrick's coming back now. Oof. So, where are we? Post midnight now. I'm feeling good. I've been pacing myself. Learned my lesson from being irresponsible a couple of weeks ago. But I'm having some more of my Sazerac now because it's super yummy. Oh, yeah. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, that's the stuff. All right. Oh. Yeah, Mimsy is chilling out me. She's just waiting for me because it's now past midnight, and so I don't want to disrupt Mrs. Angry's sleep. So I'm going to sleep on the lounge, and this cat will just go, oh, yeah, he's on the lounge. I can go and sleep on him. Particularly the one nights when I sleep heavily because I've had a few drinks. She'll just sit on my chest, and because I'm too zonked to actually push her off. And so she's like,
get down drunk.
Yeah, but I'm kind of under it today. Richard, need to reach 88 miles per hour. I'm not sure what we can do metaphorically on that front. Look at Pat; he's drinking pure ethanol there. That's
No, that's water.
awesome. He says it's water. I think that's like overproof gin that he's drinking. He's just swigging.
Yeah,
He's dangerous. You can't take him anywhere. Me, this is apple juice. I'm just drinking apple juice. Like I'm drinking a health tonic. Look at Pat, just swigging pure ethanol. That's that's rocket fuel he's drinking there. It's someone's got to be responsible. I'm just like I said, I'm just drinking. It's apple juice. It's apple juice.
Yeah, that is you. You're drunk. Yeah.
Nah. No, actually, dude, you're the one with that giant bottle of overproof gin that you're just drinking.
No, that's
straight out of the bottle. Don't even have not even the dignity to put it into a glass. My God. What is
yeah.
All right. So, yeah, I'm just going to say, you heard the stories about Lydia Thorpe and the bikey ex-boyfriend? That's Pat.
That's it, Dad. That works.
He's the bikey who had a thing with Lydia Thorpe. Yes, Richard. Not even joking. I'm joking, messing about with Pat here, but and we regularly joke, like we say, like, how Tim Smith am I? I'm not even, because I've been pacing it tonight. I'm not even half Tim Smith, but I would not drive now. I would not drive because I can feel it. I think I'd be over the legal limit because this is just the buzz, and so I think my reactions would be dulled. Driving now would be grossly irresponsible. And like I said, I'm not even half Tim Smith. Yeah, actually, Greg, my drink is a very similar color to my hair.
Yeah, red.
Yeah, red drink, red hair. But Richard, I do make a lot of jokes and whatnot, but I wouldn't even joke about the whole drink driving thing, because it's shitty behavior. Suffer too much. Do I start talking fast when I drink? I thought the thing I did was until I just get really drunk and I don't give a fuck anymore. As I'm a little bit drunk, I take the effort to try to enunciate words very clearly because I am not inebriated. I am pronouncing each syllable very clearly. And then when I get really drunk, like, I don't know what happened a couple of weeks ago when I got a bit antsy. I think it was about 1 a.m. and and there was a bunch of people on camera and I was basically abusing everyone. And I thought I'd switch. I had switched this microphone off, but the system did a weird fucking thing where it just moved the microphone to my webcam, which is a lower quality one, but also tries to pick up background noise. And so I was having a conversation over the other side of the room, and the webcam was picking it up and drowning everyone out who was on the stream and frustrating them. And so then I had a big argument when everyone said, yeah, turn off your microphone. And I just came on and argued and went, but I turned off my... And it was ridiculous because I'm having an argument with people who couldn't hear me if my microphone wasn't turned on. Just, what are you talking about? I turned off the microphone. You're all idiots. And then it just like cogs turned really slowly in my brain. you can't be talking to these people if your microphone's not on. And I got there eventually. Maybe this comes set up. Yeah. So yeah, that was a whole thing. Safa, depends who you ask, man. I do get called bogan a lot, mainly when I swear and carry on. But again, would a bogan have such a classy drink in a very elegant glass? No. That'd be Pat drinking pure alcohol straight from a plastic bottle that he's distilled.
Oh yeah, don't worry, man.
Distilled pure alcohol in his shed there. It's off camera. That's why he's not showing us the other side of the shed. There's a whole still where he makes bootleg alcohol and he sells it to children. I'm just saying, he sells it to children.
That's you.
You say no. You say no. But it's just, I just wonder if someone take that out of context, thinks I'm literally exposing Pat saying he sells alcohol to children. It's like, no, it's just a thing we do where we mess with each other.
Get it no fun.
We have a bit of fun. Actually, even in person, remember when we did that bloody White Night? God, do you remember White Night? That was a few years ago.
Yeah.
You and Rob came down and we were just, oh God, we were just walking around the streets and all the light shows were on. And oh God, we were so zonked at the end of the night. It was just
get all drunk.
I was okay. I was slightly drunk, but I was just tired because we were doing so much. Yeah, Safa, it wasn't the laptop microphone, it was the webcam. Okay, just for a hoot, I feel like having a rant, and I might even make a video on this YouTube at one point. The single worst design thing I have ever borne witness to, the built-in camera on this laptop. Okay, this is now the laptop camera, right? So you can see the keyboard, right? Because normally with a laptop, you know the thing, the webcam's at the top of the laptop. It's not. It's below the screen. The webcam is below the screen, and it's this terrible, unflattering angle. And you can't make it better because you can't move the laptop. It's the single worst design decision I've ever seen. It is fucking terrible. And I just cannot compute how someone would decide to do that. Now I'm back to my webcam, which is at a proper angle. But it's just fucking Jesus.
That's weird.
That is weird. Where that webcam on the laptop is, that is weird. Yes, Richard, do we have our hoverboards? Oh God, now I remember the Australian rapper's song about where's my hoverboard? Dear Science. Dear Science. This guy's going like he's talking about science. Science, it's great. I love the microwave. I love the internet. I love all this stuff. But where's my hoverboard? It's like, Back to the Future said I'd have hoverboards. Where's my hoverboard? Which is, it's pretty funny. I think it's Seth Century. Yeah, it's weird. I think I might make a whole ranty video for YouTube, a pre-recorded one, where I talk about how bad the design of putting the webcam at the bottom of the screen rather than the top. It's just it's unfathomable how someone thought, and this is an expensive laptop, like this is a gaming laptop. It's not like absolute high-end stuff, but it's not entry level either. And how someone could make the decision to put the webcam there, it's
such an unflattering place to put a webcam. It's like seriously, like,
yeah, but so many people so many people would have to be involved in the decision to put the webcam there. And it's not like one person just went, yeah,
You like
fuck it, and
my
put it in the web. And
double
that was it.
chin?
It was like, you get my fucking quadruple chin if it goes down there.
Do you like this? I painted this.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's cool.
It's nice. I like
Yeah,
it.
That's wicked.
it's a girl with her cat and a duck and
And the moon
a
in the back.
kitten and the moon and a
Nice.
tree, and yeah,
That's really
it's
nice.
very whimsical.
That's cool.
Yeah,
It is. Very good. Like it. But yeah,
I
so
did an art.
I might do a full-on ranty video where I just go on, who the fuck put this camera here? Because again, just considering the number of people that would have had to let this decision go through absolutely does my head in. Like, it's like the Emperor's New
That's
Clothes.
nice.
Could someone not go, that's a bad idea?
Yeah,
How come we can see you and your webcam, Pat? What?
because he's using his laptop.
He's a wizard. He's a
No,
wizard.
my Xbox One.
Okay. That's the Xbox camera. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Safa, the laptop is called Infinity.
Look, you know that they produce so many like models of laptop.
Yeah.
Like every brand and every line that brand produces, they do one every year.
Yeah.
Like there's so many, and like they iterate so many times, and it's just ridiculous. They have to switch things up, and it's all to flood the market with just laptops.
Yeah. I
And
also
to
am old enough.
obfuscate
Yeah.
to obfuscate the market so that people are just dumbfounded by choice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
And there's too
this
much
is just
choice.
yeah. And this is just a victim of that. They just thought they'd innovate a little bit, and it's dumb choice.
Yeah. And I'm old enough to remember when the entry-level laptop was always $2,000. It was like the cheapest laptop was $2,000. And that year over year, that would change. The entry-level laptop was more powerful than the previous years, but it was $2,000. And then about 10 years ago, a switch flipped, and they were just like, oh God, we can just have these basic functional web laptops and make them super. So now you can get a laptop for $300.
Oh, they're not even laptops. They're netbooks and Chromebooks.
Yeah, netbooks, stuff where the primary purpose of it is just to allow you to access the internet. You can do some basic stuff on it as well, but yeah, for so many years the entry level one was $2,000, and the specs
now
of
you
it
could
would
get a
change.
really good one for $1,000.
Oh, you can get
or under.
Again, when I say this was a gaming one, I didn't spend thousands of dollars on it. I think it was I think it was less than $2,000, and it was very beefed up.
The laptop I bought it's a gaming laptop that I wrote my thesis on and did computer science like simulations on. Was $1,000, like $1,200, I think, or $1,100, and it still works really well. Like it's got an i7, a Core i7 in it. And a dedicated graphics card. It's so good.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to, you can spend $5,000 on a laptop.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to.
If you're crazy, yeah.
Oh God, Greg, that's a throwback. My laptop named after the Guru Josh song Infinity. That's a 90s rave nightclub thing. That is a very bad interpretation of the sound on the Guru Josh. But yeah, in the 90s, there was a period where Guru Josh's track Infinity would be in every nightclub. It's weird.
I don't know it.
You did not go to the
Not
right
off the-
sort of nightclubs in the 90s.
Oh, in the 90s, I was
Yeah.
I know that.
like, I mean, I finished high school in 93 and then
Is
went
the online-
straight into a I did
I feel like you're
chemistry
setting
degree.
me up for me saying, "Where have you been all my life?" And you go, "Well, for the first half, I wasn't born."
Yeah. I think you're just showing your age.
My dad know that.
Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah. Because
Yes.
yeah, like the 90s, I was like young.
But also 90s peak rave culture.
And my dad's
And-
got 14.
Okay, Pat. Okay, so I get it. I'm old and you're mean. You're just
I didn't say
highlighting-
how old. I said my dad
No.
old.
Big Pat's just going, while Angry was out doing adult stuff, I was 14. He's old. Do you get it?
Oh, you're my head.
Hmm.
I didn't
Honey.
say
Oh.
old.
Dr. Abigail, because I don't know tech. Do you recommend any laptops?
God, I've been out of the market recently. Lenovo, I guess.
They're the ones who bought
My
IBM.
Acer, yeah. My Acer has lasted a while.
That's also a side thing, like you're saying about laptops lasting. That's way more than it was 10, 15 years ago. You buy
Oh yeah.
a decent, robust laptop, it will serve you really well for years.
Yeah.
Whereas you used to, 15 years ago, you had, if you wanted a laptop to last you more than a year, you had to spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
You had to spend a
Yeah.
lot
Oh
of
yeah. Oh, any computer. Like the redundancy cycle was a
Oh my
real
God,
thing.
my
18
first
months
PC.
tops.
Yeah.
Any computer.
My first PC that I bought with my own money, default, it was a pre-Pentium. So Pentiums had just come out. So the pre-Pentiums got really cheap.
Oh, the
It
486s. Yeah.
was an SX33 processor. And the
Damn,
guy did
that's
me a deal.
so old.
The guy did me a deal and updated it to a DX66. So it was the processor,
With
not
the
the
maths
RAM,
coprocessor.
not the RAM. The processor ran at 66 megahertz.
Mhm. Yep.
And so the entry level Pentiums ran at 100 megahertz, and they went up from there. But it was basically
Oh yeah.
the
Yeah, and the
Pentiums were new.
486s went up to 120. Yeah.
Yes, it was a
Technically, they only went
486.
they only went up to 100, but then, like at the arse end, when the Pentium was released, they released this special edition 120 megahertz DX4.
Yeah. Safa,
120.
you tell the truth. It was very hard to run more than one program at a time. Multitasking was not a thing because the processor would just shit itself.
Yeah. So, Heine, to answer your question, I really don't know. Laptops are kind of homogenous at this point. As long as just like if you're in the market for a laptop, the first question I would always ask is, what are you going to use it for, and what's your budget? So, and then you start looking at brands, and I would avoid Apple because they're overpriced, and substandard components, blah blah blah. But that's just me.
Yeah. And I spent a bit more on this because I wanted to be able to play a game on the stream, and my other one just didn't have the power to play a game on a stream. And this one, in a constrained window, I can play a game. But the hard drive is not that big. I can really only have one game on here, and at the moment it's Red Dead
Oh,
Redemption.
how big's the hard drive?
It's actually not very big, which is very weird.
That's. Do you have space for another one? Actually,
Kinda.
I've seen that laptop. It's very thin, and
It is.
I would guarantee it's using an M.2 drive.
Let me see if I
for
can.
its hard
Okay,
drive.
properties for my C drive. It's a weirdly small. It's only a 500 gigabyte hard drive.
Wow, that's tiny.
It's weirdly small.
Yeah.
For
a high-end laptop, that is.
Yeah, it's a weirdly
shockingly
small
standard, actually.
It's a
but
weirdly
it is
small
small.
hard drive. Yeah.
Like I mean, yeah, for a laptop, that's shockingly standard for that price point.
Yeah.
Which is it's not much.
Yeah.
Of course, it's an SSD suffer. They only sell SSDs.
Yeah.
They don't sell so they only sell SSDs, and it'll be an M.2 drive as well, and it'll probably be soldered onto the motherboard as well, so you can't even upgrade it.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't play a lot of games, so it's kind of okay that I can only install one game on it. I'm not going to play a lot. It's literally only for the streams.
512. Oh yeah, so you put a 2 terabyte in as a second hard drive. Well, you can get so what I did for my laptop, I took out the CD-ROM, like it had a CD-ROM drive with it.
Wow, CD-ROM.
I took it out and I put a caddy in there to mount a 3.5 inch bay for an SSD, and put a 1 terabyte drive in there. So it's got 2 hard drives. But this was like 6 years ago. So
6 years ago. Okay.
Yeah. So 1 terabyte 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Was like, wow, slow down.
Yeah. Oh my God. Trying to think. Again, my original computer, which was a 486, how many megabytes of RAM did it have? I think it was 4.
Oh God, yeah.
4 megabytes of RAM, but it had 4 slots for RAM, and I think it initially had 4 1 megabyte cards in there. And the guy who worked in the shop was actually really good, and he gave me his number and he would help me stuff. And he upgraded it from a 386 to a 486. And eventually he's like, oh, okay, we can do this thing. We can change each of those 1 megabyte cards to 4 megabyte cards.
Yeah. So Nug and Heine, no, I'm talking about the hard drive. The hard drive will be an M.2 SSD that mounts on a desktop. You also mount it on the motherboard, but in a laptop, it's probably surface mounted, which means it's soldered. So it'll be surface mounted circuit board / chips that they would mount on. It's a cost cutting measure. And they solder NVMe drives. I've got a laptop down here that someone gave me, and I opened it up, and it's got one. It's got an M.2 drive, literally mounted onto the components, surface mounted onto the motherboard. It's shit. Yes, I agree. It's totally shit.
I love how affronted Heine is. Oh my God,
it's the worst. But they don't expect you to buy a low-end computer and upgrade it. You know, if you want to upgrade it, you buy a higher-end laptop. For the cost cutting, you're paying for that. You're paying you're getting that price reduction built in, and that's what laptops have been doing for decades. They've
Yeah.
been getting cheaper because things are being mounted onto the motherboard.
Yeah.
Do I think it's shit? Absolutely, especially an M.2 drive, an NVMe drive. Because you can just it's a little flat chip that a circuit board that you can mount. Yeah, the interface is tiny, but they still do it. It's insane. Yes.
Good
And
Lord.
I've seen it on more than one laptop.
Yeah, you're right. They do
Mm.
very strange shit.
Yeah, but it's pure because it costs less to just like when they're manufacturing the motherboard to just get the robot to plug it all in and
Yeah.
bang the hard drives on it, than
Yeah.
to build the M.2 interface, design they've already got the pathways in there, the what's it called, the oh fuck, I've had too much gin, clearly. I've already designed it, right? But then they could, like, if they have an upgradable one, they have to get the robot to mount the socket, and then they have to the extra expense of a separate hard drive. So
Yeah.
it's pure cost, and then they can pass that cost saving onto, well, some of it onto the consumer. So
Yeah. So it's not saying laptop's cheap and works, people get them. Nerds care about the upgrade. Yeah, no, that's a real thing. A significant majority of
yes,
computer buyers do not have upgradability in
exactly.
mind when they buy it.
Yeah,
Not just
they
laptops,
couldn't
but
care
computers as
less.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, most computer users could not care less about stuff like that. People like
Yeah.
me, if I saw that in a computer I was about to buy, I would laugh in the salesperson's face.
Yeah.
I would never ever buy something like that. Yeah, like, the first time I saw it, I was flabbergasted. Like,
Yeah.
why would you do that? And then I thought about it for a second, and I thought, I guess it's this tiny little device. It's basically a Chromebook.
Mhm.
It's light, it's thin, and what are you gonna do?
What are you
So
gonna do? Yeah.
yeah. So yeah,
What is
I
that
would
guy
never buy
on?
something like that. That's
Yeah.
from Big Mouth.
That's right. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's the
The
really awful hormone monster. What are you
yeah.
gonna
What are
do?
you gonna do? Yeah.
I fucking love Big Mouth. Sorry. They did a
The only
spin-off
reason
series called Human
oh yeah, they
Resources,
did. Yes.
which was
Film
like
on PC.
all the bits of your psyche represented. It was pretty funny because they just had people.
I haven't watched it.
It's
Um,
it's yeah.
what's
It steers away from kids. All the humans in it are adults, but it's like all the bits of your psyche are in there, and explains why we're all fucked
yeah,
up because our
yeah.
psyche's at war with itself. Come, Mimsy, come back
Um,
up here.
Heine, if you're upgrading to 13th gen, why not DDR5?
Yeah,
Why stick with DDR4?
yeah. Why not get the latest Dance Dance Revolution? Is that
It's
not what we're talking about?
no. No.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my
Oh,
bad.
money. Okay. Yeah, money cost. Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry, I. That's the only DDR I know. Dance Dance Revolution.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. I don't know what Lightroom is. I have no idea. Tossing up 13th gen and Mobo with DDR4 support for a general upgrade, or a $1,000 monitor, preferably with Adobe RGB. See, the thing with the monitor, do you have the graphics card to support that monitor? You've got 64 gigabytes of RAM, I assume, and it's about half as fast as good DDR5, but it doesn't make a big difference, or does it? Yes, it does. It makes a huge difference.
See, and Noog's on the same page as me when he's talking
Oh,
DDR.
3060 Ti.
Noog's on the same page as me with DDR.
Yeah. So you got a 3060 Ti, and so I'm not really into $1,000 monitors. Like, that's not my jam. I'll stick with my big screen 60 hertz abomination. But $1,000 rich RGB. I mean, for that price, you might as well get like an OLED monitor.
Yeah. Sorry,
Or
Heine. Sorry, we were talking about computers. You can leave your
BDSM
sex
terminal.
life out of it. No judgment. No judgment. But if you want to start talking to us about your GIMP mask and your ball gag.
Oh, look, and a BBW loader.
Yeah, big black woman.
Well,
sorry.
Big bubbly woman.
Big beautiful woman could be any of these things. I love when people just
Yeah.
come up with new acronyms.
New
for
acronyms.
porn things. And like, every now and then there's a brand
Yeah.
new one. You go, what's that? My favorite one was, it's the most recent one I know, and there's probably been 10 more since this, but it was PAWG, which was plump ass white girl. Because there's the stereotype that it was the black girl who had
they've got.
butts. So then they had white girls with big butts. Porgs.
So I don't know what a BDSM terminal or a BBW loader is. So
that's just,
and I don't know what
that is. It's a sex swing.
Look, they're obviously some sort of like teledildonic things.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god, teledildonic. That was a phrase like 10 years ago.
Oh, they're still a thing. Now you can
no one talks about them anymore.
But you can still get them. It's yeah.
Remote control someone's sex toy.
Yeah, the latest version of the remote control butt plug looks intriguing.
Sorry, I know people who do like cam work and stuff, and they have very teledildonics and fucking machines and whatnot. So yeah, see, we got bum fungus. You've come in just in time for the teledildonics talk. Yeah, no, that's where we're going now. All right, what's that? Okay, 12:30. We'll stay on for a while. I'm just going to have a little swig.
I'm still slumming it with my 2080 Super graphics card. It works. It's fine.
I'm gonna have a little swig of my freezer martini. I'm being very unorthodox and having it on ice in my glass because I can't be bothered getting another glass to drink it out of.
Cheers.
All right, yum. Sorry, and I'm gonna top up the freezer martini before I put it in.
I bought a new bottle of gin.
Nice.
The other day.
Do you remember that? Of course, you're going to remember that Aces one you got, the weird square bottle.
Yes. Yeah,
they do some non-alcoholic ones as well, because Facebook non-stop advertises booze stuff to me. And as I mentioned a while back, I did actually buy shares in a whiskey distillery that was doing an expansion thing. And so I got various other, buy shares in this. And I thought, I don't want to do it anymore. So I clicked the thing that said, don't advertise this to me anymore. But lately, the one came out, and it was that Aces thing.
Oh, okay.
And it was all about the first, Victoria's first non-alcoholic spirit distillery.
Yeah.
And so they're really playing up the non-alcoholic line.
Okay.
And I don't want to invest in that. I'd be embarrassed.
Can I?
Sorry.
Can I just get back on to the technology thing?
Sure. I just my whole life alcohol, but talk about technology, sure.
Nug, If you're willing to send me an RX 460, I'll try it. Otherwise, I'm going to stick with my 2080 Super,
Yeah.
like that I paid money for. If you're willing to fund one for me, it's not like a new card or anything, but yeah, sure, send me one. I'll try it. My 2080 Super is an awesome card. It's like as Heine says, it's still really good. I don't use ray tracing. I don't play anything that uses ray tracing. So that part, primitive as it is, it doesn't bother me.
I mean, I've occasionally had ads pushed to me for one of those curved screens, which I've been a little bit tempted by because they're very.
I bought one for Will.
to me.
I bought a curved monitor for Will, that he requested. So, yeah, he likes it.
Yeah, kind of looks good. But
especially if you've got an ultra widescreen. Like if you get an ultra widescreen, like it kind of has to be curved.
Yeah. And then you can have multiple windows on the screen rather than having multiple screens. If it's wide enough, you can just have multiple windows on the screen.
Yeah, I'm more of a fan of multiple monitors.
I
than
think
an ultra
essentially
wide.
so am I. None of my desk
Yeah.
setups here really support multiple monitors. When the
Okay.
motherfuckers make me go back into the office, I do have multiple monitors in the office, but I have a sort of bigger desk.
Sure. Yeah, you got to have the desk for it.
Yeah. But that's why I was thinking of one of the curved monitors. Noog's saying he's not a fan of the curved monitors. I don't have one. So I'm only a fan of them
To each their own.
in the abstract because I've seen them and I thought that kind of looks okay. Possibly if I lashed out and got one, 5 minutes later I'd regret it. I might be sitting there going, I don't like this at all. But in the abstract, because I don't actually use one, I've seen them and gone, that kind of looks okay.
Rent one. Rent one for a week.
I could do that. That's an excellent suggestion. Also, I'm very lazy and may not do that. People say you could do the following things that would improve your life, and go, I see what you're saying, and I see how that could improve my life. I'm also very lazy.
I'm very lazy. I taught someone to crochet today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my support workers.
It's also like how I'm kind of right on with workers' rights, and you get all these people saying like, "Oh, self-checkouts in supermarkets are evil, and people are losing their jobs." And going, I get what you're saying, but also I hate interacting with people.
I've actually gotten into this weird thing. I agree. Like people are awful for the most part, but sometimes like I'll just like because supermarkets in general are hell. They're bright. There's people everywhere.
Lights are too bright.
Stuff everywhere. It's visual stimulus override. There's music, and it's just awful. And so, like, I've always got my noise canceling headphones, and I'm like looking down, and I'm just like, stay on target. Where's my list? Where's my shopping list? Get what I need to get. This is why I do a lot of online shopping. But if I have to just pick up a couple of things, and usually I have to go with a support worker, like I just have to. Thank goodness for NDIS. Like otherwise, I would never leave my apartment. But anyway, if I can, I'll use the self-service checkout because people are like that. But if I'm in a supermarket and there's lots of people there, the self-service checkout is the worst place because
it can be a bit much.
It's so crowded and it's so busy, and I just can't deal with that. And my brain switches off, and I just need someone to do it for me. So I go to the actual checkouts. And get them to do it. And just that's I have to.
Well, Okay, here's a fun one. Mrs. Angry told me today. She went to the supermarket today, and she didn't go on Friday, and is in the Woolies in the self-service checkout. That they kind of have. Okay, the supermarkets tend to have the two sorts of trolleys: the big ones, and then the smaller ones that are like a higher tray. The self-service checkouts are designed for you to, because it's like, okay, there's the scan bit, there's the put your bags, and there's a little sort of table thingy on the left-hand side. That's actually designed so with the smaller, shallower trolleys, you can push it right in there, and the tray
I
just sits
don't
on
know that.
top. Exactly right. Someone told Mrs. Angry that today, and I went, for fuck's sake, those self-service things have been there 5 years. No one has ever said that.
I've never
ever
known that.
said that.
Yeah.
They're designed to work hand in glove with the smaller trolleys.
Well,
and it's just like,
fuck me.
the fuck do you not tell people this? What the fuck?
Yeah. Wow.
So, yeah.
I was today years old when I learnt that.
It was just like, what? Why are you just?
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they tell people?
Exactly. Why?
Yeah.
So it was just like, ugh.
Like they have them there in the store.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they
It's
obviously
designed
want
for
us to use them. Yeah.
It's fucking designed for it, and no one ever told me.
Yep.
It's just like,
wow.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that about? So, yeah, but that was a big eye opener just today. So, yeah.
No, it's not obvious, Mega Leech, but
okay, yes,
yeah,
Mega
well,
Leech.
I didn't.
Just also low key. Fuck you, man. It's just like,
yes.
This is the same guy who told me the password was on the bottom of the modem. He keeps telling me shit that I should know, and I don't. I don't know any of it. It's ridiculous. Okay, I'm thinking I'm gonna dirty up my martini a little bit. Ooh, wasn't that a fun noise? It was kind of like a duck in a BDSM bar. I don't know.
Ducks would be into that. Ducks are kinky as.
Look, ducks and sex are just like Jesus.
Yeah,
it's almost like, yeah, it's like ducks explaining sex to any other species, and the other species, could you fucking not? I mean, what?
even dolphins are like, slow down there. Dolphins are like the cunts of the sea, and they're like, yeah.
Dolphins do terrible shit, but it's just, I feel like the entire rest of the animal kingdom, when the ducks start talking to them about sex, the rest of the animal kingdom are going, the fuck are you talking
Are you okay?
about?
Yeah.
What? Who hurt you? What is this? It's like,
yeah.
It's like, dude, I'm fucking concerned for you right now. But yeah. Ducks, it's a whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Ducks are fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, I love them.
Yeah, I know. I know you're a huge duck fan. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, there's some issues.
But come on, ducks.
Ducks have some issues. Yes. No, I forgot. I knew there was another thing. Rotating the lights in my kitchen was the other thing. Me in the house I'd lived in for several years, who was annoyed by the lights here in the kitchen. And I flipped the camera around one night and said, they really annoy me. And Megaleech just goes, that looks like you can move them. And I was like, what? I had been living here for several years at that point.
Oh, my sweet
It had never occurred to me.
that that reminds me of so my bathroom. You've seen my bathroom.
I've been in your bathroom. Yes,
you have. I'd been living in this apartment for a few years by this time, like at least 3. It's 3 or 4 by this time. I've been, I mean, now I've been living here for like 12 years, 11 and a half, 12 years. But at the time, it was about 3 or 4 years. I started dating someone, and she came over for a shower, and you know how I've got that like glass panel window, like that fronts onto the corridor at the front. Yeah, I know, Safa. Shocking, hey? I have a bathroom.
You got a bathroom.
It even has a bath in it.
It does. It has a bath in it. Yeah.
It has an actual bath. Anyway, and she said, "Oh, is there any way to close this? How do we close this?" And I'm like, "Close it? Oh, like what do you mean? Like no one can really see through it." And she just kind of looks at me like I'm like an idiot, like I'm like I've got 3 heads, and just like, okay. And so she closes the door, has a shower, and when she's finished, I go in there, and she'd closed the blind. And I had no idea there was a blind in there, but there it was. There was just a blind. And I'm like, what the fuck? When did that get there? Did you just install that? And she said, no, it was just there. And I'm like, since when? I'd been living there for years and didn't realize there was like a blind, a roller blind. I could just with a freaking chain and everything. I was just leaving it open this whole time. So mind equals blown.
Yeah, it's the thing. You become too used to your surrounds and you have blindness to things, but someone who sees it just goes,
yeah,
that's the thing. I can see a thing there. And you're going, no, there's no thing there. And they go, yeah, there's a thing right there. And it's like, oh,
yep.
Okay. Fuck you then. That's okay.
It was a pretty funny moment. I guess
it's pretty funny, like you said. And I'm disturbed the degree to which Megaleech consistently points out super obvious things that I've missed. It's very worrying, is what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not sure if he's coming into my house and hiding. I know he lives in Tasmania and he's a long way away, but it's got to the stage where I'm worried he's coming into my house and hiding things. So I won't see
valid at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he can just say shit later. And it's like, what? How the fuck do you know that? And it's like,
yeah, Big Pat, we can't hear.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened, Pat. We can't hear you, but that's okay. I don't know. I personally think, okay, now that we can't hear Pat, I can now just say whatever I want. I think it's because of pure alcohol that he's feeding to neighborhood children.
It's got to be.
Yeah, his microphone was being powered by children he keeps prisoner in the cellar, and see now his internet's breaking up, and that's because he throws children into the furnace to fuel his internet connection, and he's running out of children. He didn't kidnap enough children from the neighbors.
How did that work?
Oh no, sorry. He did. He did kidnap enough children to make his internet work. There you go. So, okay. See, all I was saying, Pat, is you hadn't kidnapped enough children to make your internet furnace work, and now you've come back and said, "No, I have kidnapped enough children."
That's what I heard.
That's what I heard.
Yep.
I didn't listen. I'm good.
You heard it here first, folks.
Good.
Yeah. He has a furnace that fuels his internet, and it's filled with children he kidnaps. Well, I was as shocked as anyone to learn it.
Yep.
But
You're a genuine hero for uncovering this,
I know, right?
Angry.
I know.
Yep.
I don't want to rush to apply the label hero.
Yeah, you're bad.
But if other people want to say I'm
Mhm.
a hero for uncovering the depravity of what's happening in Pat's shed, then
Mm.
who am I? Who am I to reject the label? So I'll just
Yeah, I saw that.
Indeed.
humbly accept. I'll humbly accept it.
I saw that.
All right. Honestly, okay, it's 1 a.m. Oh, not I'm that tired. I think I might go to bed though. I'm gonna eat my cherry.
Sure.
Be marinating. Not doing a Saturday night stream, and in fact, probably not doing Saturday night streams ever. Might do one occasionally.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I saw
No,
that.
just Mrs. Angry and I have plans.
Okay.
I'm
That's
going.
cool.
We're just doing stuff on weekends.
I saw that. I saw that.
I didn't. I missed something. Pat's rating you out.
How did you do this? You did that.
Oh,
You did that.
no secrets with Pat. He's ratting you out. I wasn't paying attention.
I saw.
Probably the summer at least. I will do a Sunday night stream, but we'll see.
Okay.
It's whatevs. So you'll take
I'm
care.
I'm gonna pray to the gods for another lockdown.
Yeah, you
Just
sick
to get things
people.
back to normal. Just to
Uh,
get things back to normal, Because
Honestly, yeah, no. I saw an
this
article today.
this whole thing about you're being forced to go back to the office and I'm
Fucking
being
sucks.
told I have to go back outside and telehealth isn't as popular anymore. And what the
Yep.
hell? We need another
No,
good old fashioned lockdown.
I did see an article today. There's a variant circulating through Asia, which may or may not be the nightmare variant that we've been worried about.
Oh,
Something
no.
something that completely gets around vaccines, and
Oh,
it's too
wow.
early to tell if that's real. But I feel
Okay.
like a quite significant number of medical people have just been bracing themselves and saying this is all but inevitable.
Wow.
Who knows? Like literally, my
Okay.
Facebook memories told me today is the 1 year anniversary of the last lockdown being lifted.
Okay.
Again, time
Wow.
means
It's been a whole
nothing.
year?
When I saw that and said,
Damn.
"Oh, our last lockdown was a year ago," that means nothing to me. It's just I don't understand the time. I don't understand the difference in events. Nothing for
Yeah.
the last 2.5 years, 3 years, what more than 2.5 years, but less than 3 years. But it hasn't meant anything. It's all just been a weird miasma, and
Yeah. It's like
I can't really process any of it.
life before COVID is like reading a book. It's like
Yep.
it's like memories from a TV show. It's doesn't seem real.
I saw a very funny thread on Twitter today. Someone saying, so a friend of mine had the first holiday since the before times, and she told me how great it was, and we started talking about it. On her holiday, both her kids had gastro. Her husband was there, and she rattled it off, and like objectively, the holiday sounded like a nightmare, but it was a holiday, so she loved it. And so this person's going,
Okay.
how low's the bar now compared to the before time? Compared to the before time,
man,
what
that's
counts
so
as a good
weird.
Bar
time?
is so low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were just going, the bar's so fucking low. We've been through so much in the last 2.5, 2 3/4 years.
Yeah.
The bar for what is a positive experience is so fucking low now. It's just like
Yeah.
we have all been turned into weird alien creatures. It's
Yeah.
it's very strange. Yeah.
Read The Caves of Steel by Isaac Asimov, and you'll get an idea of where we're heading.
Oh my god!
I'm glad you got that.
That's a weird.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Navaya Melanin, and good night.
Goodbye, you funky people. We'll see you another time. Take care and